in one of the world's earliest centres of civilization. And today, Donald Trump threatened that that civilization could die tonight. The same US president who 2 days ago was posting profanities on Easter Sunday and mocking Islam. Tonight, we ask, what is he up to and what does it mean for this war? With his 1 a.m. deadline looming for massive infrastructure bombardment, he posted, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will." But he also hinted at hope for an 11th hour deal, writing, "Maybe something revolutionary wonderful can happen. Who knows?" Tonight, Pakistan is offering a glimmer of hope. But for now, Iran is saying it'll take the gloves off and hit the Gulf even harder, depriving the US and its allies of the region's oil and gas for years to come, threatening a global energy crisis that will affect us all. We are facing a fateful moment in this war. What comes next could be massive escalation, or could there still be a way out? US Vice President J.D. Vance, thought to be among those trying to broker an end to the war, says it's up to Iran to make a deal.
I hope they make the right response, because what we really want is we want a world where oil and gas is flowing freely, where people can afford to heat their homes and cool their homes, where people can afford to transport themselves to work.
But what's happened today on the ground does not bode well. In some ways, it looks like America and Israel have already started their effort to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age, to quote the American president. Iran says 9 people were killed by a missile attack on a residential building in Sharia. 2 more killed when a railway bridge was hit in the city of Kashan. Strikes also targeted the Galeh No bridge and a railway closer to Tehran. Another railway bridge attacked in Zanjan province near a village called Aminabad. And similar civilian targets in Iran's East Azerbaijan province, where a road bridge was hit. There have been power cuts reported in the Karaj province, where a railway was targeted. And then there's what happened in Kharg Island, the heart of Iran's oil industry, hit again ominously with multiple strikes by the US for the first time in weeks. Well, international correspondent Diana Magne is in Jerusalem tonight, live to her after we speak to Mark Stone at the White House. Mark, we've learned not to be shocked by this president, but threatening a genocidal end of civilization in Iran seems to plumb new depths. Before we get on to that, some breaking news out of Pakistan tonight, giving us all a little bit of hope. What are they saying?
Yeah, look, I mean, yes, it's been a head-spinning day, without question. The president is in the West Wing at the moment. There is a Marine on the door. So we can assume that he is in the Oval Office, and we have heard from Caroline Levitt, who is his press secretary, that he is aware of a tweet from the Prime Minister of Pakistan, a tweet which is important, a statement which is important because it could represent the off-ramp that perhaps Donald Trump, well, would he like to take it? We don't know, but certainly I think the world is on edge, and as we wonder what might happen after this deadline, there are many who are hoping the off-ramp will be taken. The tweet, the statement from Prime Minister Sharif of Pakistan reads as follows: "Diplomatic efforts for the peaceful settlement of the ongoing war in the Middle East are progressing steadily, strongly and powerfully, with the potential to lead to substantive results in the near future. To allow diplomacy to run its course, I earnestly request President Trump to extend the deadline for 2 weeks. Pakistan, in all sincerity, requests the Iranian brothers to open the Strait of Hormuz for a corresponding period of 2 weeks as a goodwill gesture. We also urge all warring parties to observe a ceasefire everywhere for 2 weeks to allow for diplomacy to achieve conclusive termination of war in the interests of long-term peace and stability in the region." Reading that, Dom, to me that feels like the most fulsome effort at diplomacy that we have heard for quite some time in this crisis, coming from the Prime Minister of Pakistan, a country which has been at the heart of the effort to try and find some common ground between the Americans, the Israelis on one side and the Iranians on the other side, a country which talks to both sides. And we, as I say, we know that the the president, the American president, has seen this statement and is considering it. 8 p.m. Eastern time is the deadline that he has given before, well, depending on how serious.
Yes, thank you, viewers. Thank you for joining me. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Remember to subscribe. Look at the chat, and the link is there for you to like, share. It's important so that others can be able to join us. And thank you all for joining me this evening, and even if it's relatively short notice. I think the reason why I thought I should do this live is because we could be looking at a turning point in the human history if, Trump decides to do what he threatened to do to Iran. We may witness things that has not happened in the world for the last 70 years, 80 years since the last World War. There are people suggesting that maybe Israel was going to use a tactical nuclear weapon against Iran, while others are saying it's just Trump is just bluffing. So clearly, whatever happens, if any of the threats, even a quarter of it occurs, Iran will retaliate and the world will spiral. If we think it is bad now, watch what happens when that happens. From what I've gathered, Iran will retaliate and destroy a lot of oil producing capacity in the Middle East, maybe everything really, and then ensure that the Strait of Hormuz is unusable for a very long time. And if that happens, the world economy is going to go into a tailspin. It will be hard to avoid a global recession. Not to mention, some people even argue that there will be a depression. Hence why I thought, okay, if this is the case, it makes sense for one to pay attention, because these events, sometimes they occur, we get used to them, we get used to hearing about them, and we just make it look like it's normal. But these times may be those days, those times we'll remember in the future and say, oh my God, were you around when that happened? And did you know this was what was going to happen? Because people that were alive during the Second World War and the first one, they were busy minding their business, only to find out that, a king or something, or someone, a royal was shot. And before you know it, the World War has started. So you just don't know where it kicks off. And if some people suspect that Israel wants to use Pakistan, that's Iran, as a way of announcing itself as a nuclear power, there is also countervailing information that China and Pakistan has also threatened Israel that if they do that, there will be retaliation. So now you see the potential dangers of what is happening at the moment. And Trump clearly is under a lot of pressure. And this is why we have to be paying attention, because there was this, I don't know if he's a professor, but definitely a doctor. He has done research on this. He calls it the escalation trap, that this is what happens when wars start. That they continue escalating and escalating. It's hard to ramp it back down. And clearly, the only people that will be, enjoying themselves and feeling happy right now is the Israelis. They are the only nation right now, as a nation, that is fine with this war. Maybe Saudi Arabia, maybe some of these Gulf nations, you never know where they belong. They always pretend as if they are against Israel, but they are not. They are on the side of Israel, and they work with Israel against Iran. And as if they don't know that Israel will come for them tomorrow. But it's all right. Let them do what they like. It's their country. So this is why I thought I should do this live, just for disclaimer, and so that people have an idea what the reason why I cover these things and how I approach things. I may come across as being a little bit one-sided here, this side, the other time, some other time, or I might come across as being biased to one side. I think that is not intentional. I don't want to offend anyone. And secondly, my whole intention is to try to analyze this or talk about these things in such a way that it aids understanding and enables us to get past this way of looking at the world whereby everything seems to be a zero-sum game. It shows you that human nature is a very strange thing. That is why we have to talk about these things. You know how people go to counseling, they go and sit down and talk about, because if you don't talk about it, how do you truly understand? How do you let off steam? How do you come to realization of where you are? So we talk about these things so that we can try to understand what is going on and hopefully give ourselves better chance to be able to avoid the devastating negatives of some of the things that could happen if one doesn't have these type of conversations. I'm not here to offend anyone, and personally, I do say a lot of things that people will find offensive, and sometimes I might even generalize, which once you generalize, you are likely to be wrong, but you'll find me generalizing. I hope you take the thrust of my argument, not necessarily the generalization. And that goes for everyone that comes on the panel later on. We are not here to, malign anyone. If anything, is the opposite. We've seen a lot of kind of nasty discourse or conversations that has led, even in the case of our country, it has led to a lot of venom, divisive way of looking at things, and the same has gone on in the world. It appears there are elements out there that are just hell-bent on tearing humanity to pieces. To what end, you ask? To what end? Why do we do these things that we do? I'm beginning to think that there is no real purpose to these things that they do. The purpose, the reason why they do it now is because they are used to it. It's a form of addiction. Just like Nigerians are used to, running a country that is dysfunctional. Once a culture kicks in, it's very hard to break it. Even if most Nigerians know this is not right, but they still find it hard to break because there is something more than your personal will at play. The same is happening with the superpowers of the world. They are used to winning wars, destroying, getting away with it, breaking international law, getting away with their own law. They created international law, they break it. And they are used to it. So it's hard to break that addiction, maybe I should be consulted, I probably need to put myself forward, I should, as a psychiatrist, a geopolitical psychiatrist, for Americans to come for counseling, a kind of war counseling, to help them deal with their urge to go to war, whenever they feel that itch, whether I will give them some kind of patchment or, some kind of, maybe what they call this stuff that the, mint or something, or breathing exercise, yoga or something, just give them something to keep them from, if they feel like they need to destroy Cuba, they're like, no. I don't need to destroy Cuba. We can manage ourselves. We can talk to them. There has to be something. Americans need some counseling, war counseling. And I put myself forward. Since clearly nobody's qualified. I'm the only qualified person to counsel the Americans to calm down And who else is likes to fight wars? Oh, the Israelis. Oh no, those ones, they are high on it now. If war is a drug, they are so high. They are like this, like they are so high. It's like how can you break Israel out of their war addiction? It's extremely hard. They are a tough case, But I've put myself forward, because these things are rational. You know how they say that whenever they do these things, they always end up at the negotiating table. So what is the point of all the long killing each other and all that nonsense? What is the point of all that? You will still go and talk about it. It's a very strange phenomenon, isn't it? There are very few cases in the world where wars happen and you don't end up negotiating the settlement of the war. Like the Second World War and the First one, I think it was an outright victory, so there's no need to, negotiate. But that said, this issue, I was speaking to an American some years ago, and I told them, you guys, the way you are behaving, I look at your country and I think you guys are the most dangerous group in the world today. Not because you're a superpower, because you've not tasted defeat at home. You don't know what it's like. And you have won the First World War and you have won the Second one. So you don't feel any need to share. I mean, when I say you, I'm not talking about the individual American, the state itself. They don't feel any need to share power. Why should they? They don't have any reason to. Nobody can beat them. After all, the times that people tried to beat them, they lost and they won. So why should they give up violence, the power of violence? And that's a conversation I had a few years ago. And I said, because of this, America is the most dangerous country in the world. And then it wasn't this dangerous even. It's not because I think America, their values, they don't value life, but it's just nature. It's the nature of living entities. As a matter of fact, this goes beyond human beings. It's the nature of living entities. When you are rewarded by certain behavior, you're likely to do it again and again and again and again. You will not stop, and you will not know when to stop. And I don't know of any empire that was stopped just like that. They have to be stopped. How do you stop a superpower? How do you stop a nuclear power? How do you stop the most powerful nation in history? The only way is counseling. I told you, it's only counseling. They should hire me. You can't beat them. You can't beat them. Are you going to go and spank Trump? Good luck with that one. Or Israel? You can't. The only solution is by solution. They should come and meet me. I had a vision for this, but maybe some other person is more qualified to have this type of conversations with them. Because I must say, people like Putin and the Chinese leader, they know what it's like to be invaded. They know what it's like. So they think twice when they do things. But America is not. That's why Trump can come out and threaten one of the oldest civilizations in the world. Because it doesn't have who is going to stop him? Who can tell him what to do? Good luck with that one. And if he does what he wants to do, let's say he does, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? If he decides to even nuke Iran today, what is China going to do? China is going to sacrifice itself for Iran. They won't. Although they might think, except they think that if we don't do anything about it, we will be next. That will be the only reason, not because they want to sacrifice themselves for Iran. This is getting very, 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 very dangerous. And some people believe this was the plan all along. I'm going to find that video of someone This is more of on the realm of esoteric and prediction-based thinking, that the plan was to force. Let me see if I can find it, because it's very, very interesting, that discussion. But in the meantime, I will be playing some of the videos of the headlines of what is going on, so that we have an idea of different points of view of how people are reacting to these events, because this is not a normal situation. The superpower of the world is threatening to wipe out the civilization, where they are using the word nuclear weapon as if it's nothing now. This type of stuff is not your usual discourse, and it's not flippant. People think this is a joke. These things could spin out of control fast. We are talking here, 2 days later, we could all be living in a totally different world. In short, 6 hours from now, it could be totally different. I think it's 11 minutes past the deadline now. So let me see what is going on outside the deadline. This is 11 minutes past the deadline. So let's see whether they decided that they're going to start, ripping the world to pieces. Trump pledges to stop bombing Iran for 2 weeks. Oh, look at that. Breaking news. Let me read breaking news. Let me read breaking news. There's breaking news going on right now. All right. Yeah, Trump has said that he pledges to stop bombing Iran for 2 weeks. That is crazy stuff, man. The president said the agreement was made on the condition that Iran agreed to reopen the critical Strait of Hormuz. Let's read. This is interesting. The world, this is not over by a long shot. And why Iran would accept it is a mystery to me. I don't know how true this is, but I will need to share the information so that some people can see, so it doesn't look like I'm just making this up. Let's see. Say US to suspend bombing. Let's see. Let me get this. I'll get this information for you guys to see. Let me see if I can copy the link. Download. I don't want to download it. I just want to show you guys the information. Actually, what's the point of downloading it? I just share it. This system that I'm using, it doesn't allow me to share video the way I prefer to share video. So backs down again. Oh God, people are wicked. People need to stop doing this. I need to talk about it. This is another evil thing that people do. They should really stop taunting Trump. They are trying to kill us all, or what? Trump is not an ordinary man. Trump is the leader of the most powerful country in the world. It's not an ordinary man. Stop taunting him. This is stupid. Why do people do that? Actually, that's just evil. The guy is a megalomaniac, and you are taunting him. You want him to kill us all? All right. So now let me see if I can play the video. So sorry, guys. This system, I told you, this system is a bit jumpy. What I'm going to do, I'm going to kind of capture the video and play it, because if I try to share it, it's just being weird. I don't know why it's doing that, really. It's just, I'll try to share it again, maybe to play better this time. I don't know why it does that. It's just strange behavior. It's not normal. It just does that regularly. Okay, now play it. If I try to play it, I hope it doesn't lose it. Yeah, this is a StreamYard issue. This is not my issue. This is something that StreamYard is doing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to play other videos. Then I'll get that video so I can play it from inside, because the way it's doing right now is just being really, really strange with me. I'm not trusting the system anymore. For once, I actually like it. I'm beginning to think that the Windows is not so bad now. So now let's see what this stuff is doing.
A state that Donald Trump has won three times, but it looks to me that Roy Cooper, the former governor of the great state of North Carolina, has a real shot here. Look at the Kalshi prediction market. Chance Cooper, the Dem, actually wins this race. His chances have gone way up. Back on October 7th, if it was 63%, of course, that was 6 months ago. Now, look at this. An 86% chance to flip a Senate seat in a state that Donald John Trump won by 3 points, and he is the clear favorite at this point, the former governor.
Now, we call it a chance for a Democratic breakthrough, right?
Yes.
But one thing I do want to point out is there have been Democrats in the Senate from North Carolina before, fairly recently, but maybe I'm dating myself here.
I think you're dating yourself a little bit here, Mr. Berman. Why do I say that? Because, in fact,
We're bringing you some breaking news that's coming out of the United States. These are lines that are coming from the Reuters news agency. We understand that Donald Trump is quoted as saying that he has agreed to suspend bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. Now, this is following a request that was made by Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who had requested an extension of the deadline that Donald Trump had originally set in order for further talks to take place. Donald Trump is apparently quoted to have said that this will be a sided ceasefire. He may well be referring to a request that had been made by the Pakistan Prime Minister to Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz for a corresponding period of 2 weeks as a goodwill gesture. The other lines that we're getting through Reuters saying, we have received a 10-point proposal from Iran. We believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of the past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran. He then goes on to say, we are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning a long-term peace with Iran. I want to go to Osama bin Javid, who's our correspondent, who's joining us here in the studio. It was only just a matter of minutes ago that you and I were discussing the possibility of this ceasefire being put into place. And there was a lot of speculation it was coming too late. You described it as a last-ditch effort by the Pakistan Prime Minister in order to try to get some sort of negotiation. It does seem as though, if these lines are to be believed, that it has had a positive response from Donald Trump.
Well, it does indeed. And I think that is going to be a big sigh of relief collectively from the region and beyond, because the alternative was so horrific. As you've seen Donald Trump time and again talk to his social media base and take the rhetoric to a notch where everybody would essentially, there was the level of anxiety around the region was extraordinary in the last few hours. And Donald Trump was the only man who could defuse it, because he's the one who lit the fuse in the first place. Those words, the first post about using swear words on the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and then saying that he's going to wipe out an entire civilization, just gives you an idea of how much was at stake. So this is, and again, you have to now acknowledge the role relentlessly that was played by the mediators, because as we've been speaking to officials in the last 72 hours, they've been telling us on how uphill this task was in negotiating with both the Iranians and the Americans, because they were essentially talking about egos, not regular diplomacy.
I want to just leave it there for a moment, because I do want to go to Mike Hanna, who's joining us from the White House. As I say, Mike, we're just getting these lines now that are coming out. Are you able to confirm what we're hearing?
We cannot confirm as yet. There's been no formal statement out of the White House. Obviously, these lines have been coming out from Reuters within the last few minutes. We are waiting to hear for...
Break in, if you don't mind. Some breaking news, actually, quoted by the Reuters news agency, suggesting that Trump has said, I agree to suspend bombing and the attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. He goes on to say, this will be a double-sided ceasefire. and then going on to say we received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Going on to say almost all of the various points of the past contention have been agreed to, between the United States and Iran. A 2-week period will allow agreement to be finalised and consummated, is the language used there. So this is after Pakistan suggested that Iran should open the Strait of Hormuz to all traffic as a gesture of goodwill, and that Donald Trump should remove the threat of attacks on power stations and bridges for a period of 2 weeks. We know the Pakistanis have been speaking tonight to other key mediators in the region, namely Turkey and Egypt. One more line from Donald Trump. I'm presuming this is a Truth Social post, which we'll get up for you in a moment. We are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran. And as I mentioned earlier, some people in Washington have described the threats against the whole civilization of Iran. Thousands that tactic appear to have worked. Mark Stone is coming up in just a moment. We know that Marco Rubio, pictured there with US President, has spoken to Yvette Cooper, the UK Foreign Secretary, as well tonight. We know that a number of nations have urged calm and peace, including, in fact, Pope Leo, who has suggested that the use of the language about the destruction of civilization is truly unacceptable. Let's bring in our Washington correspondent, Mark Stone, agreeing then, it appears, from Trump to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. But is this something deeper, Mark? Does this seem to suggest an agreement to end this conflict?
Sorry, my phone is just going off as you come to me. Anna, let me switch that off. Yeah, I mean, well, as many predicted, he has, some would say, tacoed. Trump always chickens out. He has accepted, in diplomatic terms, the conversation, the suggestion by the Pakistani Prime Minister. I don't know if we've got the full statement that we can get up on the screen, but I could read it out to you because it clearly is vital. He writes just 2 minutes ago on Truth Social, based on conversations with Prime Minister Sharif and Field Marshal Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran, the subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. The president goes on to say, this will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing that is so that we can have already met and exceeded all the military objectives and are very far along with the definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America as president and representing the countries of the Middle East, it's an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So a lengthy post there by the American president, which calls off what he said would be effectively civilizational erasure just an hour, well, 12 hours or so ago. The deadline that he had set was an hour and a half's time, 8 o'clock Eastern time. But now, in a lengthy tweet, a lengthy post, he is claiming that the war objectives have been met, that Iran is now complying, that the Strait of Hormuz will be open, and that in this 2-week period, all of that can be finalized.
Yes, I mean, we wait to see, global oil futures reaction. We wait to see if some of the vessels which have been trapped in the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf start to move, whether this is meaningful, because there have been bombing attacks tonight, we know, in Baghdad, Doha, the UAE as well, countering missiles. So it's been very febrile. So, the practical steps next will be fascinating for the world economic order to look at.
Yeah, and step one is Iran reopening, or allowing, I should say. I mean, the Strait of Hormuz, as we discussed earlier, is already open to certain countries, but allowing the free flow of oil traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. This statement from the president says it is subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. So it's dependent on Iran doing something now and being seen to do something physically on the Strait of Hormuz. So we'll await. I mean, it's clearly the middle of the night there now, but we will await to hear in the coming hours whether or not traffic is moving freely. And of course, don't expect ships to suddenly turn on their engines and start flowing through. There clearly is a massive risk that the owners of these vessels will be asked to take. And indeed the insurance companies as well. So it's not as if they could just simply turn on their engines and flow through. They've got to be satisfied that the Iranians are not going to attack them. So there's a few hoops to go through. But I think we can say right now that the deadline that the president set for 8 o'clock Eastern time this evening, that has now been suspended for a period of 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Look at that, eh? So that's nice, isn't it? He's just decided that I'm going to suspend it. The Iranians have not said anything. He just sent a proposal.
Father, the message you are passing is you are not getting it. So you need to understand what Trump is doing. For the past 2 weeks, this guy is frustrated. He thought he was going to go to Iran.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Can anyone hear me?
Are you stuck? Where are you?
Oh no, they can't hear me.
I can hear you. We can hear you.
We can hear you.
This connection.
Yeah, it's a bit.
Can anyone hear me?
Why is UK network?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
No, I think mine normally is stable. It's just that something changed recently. It will be corrected maybe from tomorrow.
Even Ovie that is a normal, the Ovie is always having stable network.
Yeah, don't mind it.
USA, 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 USA.
I don't know what's happening. All the UK people are suffering.
I was saying something, right? So you see, Trump.
Yeah, welcome everyone. Thank you all for joining me. That's AY there on the top right hand side. Let me just introduce you so that in case new viewers don't know who you guys are. AY on the top right hand side, and this is Ovie on the bottom right hand side with the
3.5 million gang
with the Dada, and Jide, thank you for joining us on the bottom left hand side. Thank you for joining us, and I appreciate you all for coming in. So please go ahead, AY, so that just to introduce you guys.
What you say about Trump, right? So let me tell you, Trump, he has been looking for a way out of this war. When you look at this war, the very day he started this war was the day he lost the war. Unfortunately, he thought he was going to go to Iran. I just throw some bomb. Oh, the war is done. Then it got really hot. So, you see, the person people are dealing with, I'm happy. You see, you remember during the election how some of us were very critical of Trump behaviors. Not only that, the history of Trump is not good. I remember you say, it's not going to go to war. Republicans don't go to war. I kept telling you. I remember even Jide, we kept telling you, no, don't listen to this guy. So the person America are dealing with right now, you're dealing with a real sociopath with narcissistic behaviors. In the past 1 week, Trump has been behaving like a 7-year-old toddler. A lot of some Congress members have been calling for Trump in the last 24 hours. It should be impeached. Trump hardliner, they call MAGA supporters. They be calling on Trump, remove him from office. Even go and look for Kadesowel. Kadesowel put out a message. You need to get this guy out of office. That is why when I hear people supporting Trump, I really get crazy. Why do you support this guy? Especially the hypocrite that come on this platform where they support Trump, they are criticizing Tinubu. I think something is wrong with some of us. So today, he has been looking for a way. So here is the ceasefire. Trump has been pressuring China in the last 48 hours to talk to Iran, to submit, blah, blah. You know what happened at the UN today, security? So Bahrain went to UN. They were like, they should force Iran to open up the Strait of Hormuz. So after the vote, both Russia and China vetoed the vote. Then they got crazy. So he has been disturbing Iran, right? China to stop Iran.
I think France voted against it too, for what I gather. Even France of all countries
yeah. So that is the problem. Like, so even the Europe, they are actually against him this time, right? Just imagine Canada, that is the biggest ally of America. When America are going anywhere, Canada don't ask questions. This is the first time a Canadian prime minister is standing against American interests. Said, no, we are not interested in the war. We are an independent country because you are disrespectful to everybody. So don't forget, you are threatening NATO member. You threaten you want to go and invade Denmark. If you ever go to Greenland, the whole NATO country, they are going to fight America to stand still. It should not even dream of it. That would be another biggest mistake we ever make. So here is it, right? After he pressured China have, they have to talk to Pakistan. Please get involved. Look for a way. Let's have some kind of ceasefire. Initially, Iran refused temporary ceasefire. Said they don't want temporary ceasefire. You want to fight? Keep fighting. Iran will not be scared. If you like, deploy nuclear, whatever you want to declare. They are not scared. You saw them today. They are everywhere protecting their bridges, protecting their power plant. This is this is the country I want to see in Nigeria, where the people will come together with that energy. That's why they dislike, there are some things going on in the country they don't like. They come together as one. And here is the most important thing I need you to know. This ceasefire that is going on right now is based on Iranian term. It's not based on America term. So America, we are just waiting for anything.
Kangaloo spoke to the Iranian photojournalist about what it's like.
Why is he talking? Sorry about that. Sorry, go ahead. Why is this guy still in front? He sure does like the stage. Sorry, I took the wrong person out. Look at that.
Sorry.
This is my. Although she's not there, she didn't even notice. It's all right. Sorry about that. Go ahead. I think because there was a point you made that I thought I should share a video when you said you wish this is how Nigerians are. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So I really wish this is how we can be a united country. The way Iranians are fighting, right? The other thing you need to know, the terms of this ceasefire is based on Iran terms, not based on America and Trump terms. This is what is going on. If you hear him, Iran gave them 10 points, gave them 10-point proposal. He's agreed to work with them. With the ceasefire too, Iran agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz, but they are going to be collecting $2 million per vessel. Get that right. They are going to collect this money. Iran demand. So hold on. I need to explain this to you. It's interesting.
Oh my God, man.
I need to explain it to you. So because Trump does not have option, he has to agree to those terms. But here is the tricky part. All of us, we are still going to pay for this. We are paying for those vessels. What you are buying from the store, the price will still go up. Your gas, the price will still go up. All of you supporting this evil. If you are in Africa, if you are in Europe, if you are in America, if you are in wherever, you are going to pay for it. Iran are willing to collect the money. Any infrastructure that is damaged in their country, they want to face it. I support Iran. Big up Iran. See, here is the interesting thing. Look at the way Iran have been fighting. They have mercy. They have sympathy. They know their people. This is not new, actually. If you go study Iran, even during the hostage crisis in the 70s, or America hostage in Iran, Iran freed both the black people and the women. They said they are innocent. They are also victims like them. This was what they did. That also you see they're carrying out in the Strait of Hormuz. They say, okay, if you are not against us, you good. Just give us some money. You good, man. You have fun. This is what is going on. I really love how they are united. I love their energy. I love their strength. This is what a country should look like. Even when Trump threatened, the idiot threatened he can't nuke Iran. He can't do it. It's just blabbing. This guy is a toddler. They are going to kick him out of the White House if he's not careful. This is what is going to happen. Shame on him. He has lost the war. Let him go to Cuba now and go to Greenland. You are still threatening Cuba, threatening country as if you are a mini god. Iran, they taught him a very great lesson. So he will learn from that. Oh, look at it. At home, America are really against him. So Americans are innocent. This is war of Trump and these losers in the White House. This is their war. It's not America war. Americans are against this war. They are if you live in America. You know the other one is MAGA. He will support him a little bit. So Americans are against this war. This is the truth. So America, and they don't have issue with Iran. I think America are good people. They are doing their own thing. They are also complaining because they are also paying for it. America economy is going down the drain since Trump took over in the last 1 year. Go tell anybody that come at you see even people like KJ that usually defending. You see that they are bending their mouth now because everybody is paying for it. We are all paying for it. Go to gas stations now. I tell GD how much are you buying gas? Ask if how much you buy gas. People are hungry. There is no health care. The price of foodstuff are going up. Americans are hungry. Then you are going to Iran. In this war, in the last 40-something days, they spend, apart from the military equipment that were damaged, the cost to prosecute this war a day is over $1 billion. That is the foolishness. Yeah. Now it's telling the Arab country, oh, you are going to pay for it. I hope Arab countries, the GCC, they are going to learn from this, their foolishness of they thought, oh, America will be able to protect them. Look at what happened to them. Now, all the American bases, they are kicking them out. This is one of the demands of Iran. You have to leave the region. If you don't, we are going to bob you to ashes. Now, the GCC, instead of them to work with their neighbors and have a peaceful coexistence, no, they will not do it. They thought America would save them. Shame on all of them. Big up Iran.
The GCC country may really disgrace themselves. I don't think they are past shame now. They don't care about shame anymore. Let me just share something that I saw today. You know, when I used to say that we as Nigerians, we have not faced threat before. Let's just play this
breaking news, actually.
No, not this one.
Quoted.
Why is all this ones showing up? Let me get the one I wanted to play. Let me just get that quickly. Because, you know, when you said that Nigerians should behave like the way Iranians are behaving, so that's what I'm talking about. Human chain. Yeah, that's the one I wanted. He didn't come up with it, which was weird.
This is this was Fox News. The UN vote on a resolution to open the Strait of Hormuz has failed. The exact language of that was it strongly encourages states interested in the use of the commercial maritime routes in the Strait of Hormuz to coordinate efforts. Now, who could possibly be against this? Well, they technically had enough votes for this to pass. However, 2 permanent members of the Security Council issued a veto, and that is enough to strike this down. I wonder who those permanent members were. China, Russia, the predictable actors in Russia speaking at this moment as they vote to down that resolution to protect the Strait of Hormuz. More on that as it develops. But we've been following this hour the story of human chains that are being formed in front of several power plants in Iran. You're looking at these images. They're jarring to look at, Lisa, because I think Emily made a very key point here. At least in one video that we've seen, we have two that we've been playing. This is entirely women. This is children. These are the most vulnerable members of Iranian society and those who are targeted most. And that is who you are circling around your plant, your women and your children.
Well, Kaylee, think about the juxtaposition between what we're seeing here and what President Trump and the United States military just did to rescue two of our military men.
Oh no! So there are men
Trump said
too.
No man left behind.
You see what
the Iranian regime, they're willing to sacrifice.
They were trying to say that there was only women, but there are men there too. Because you know Muslims, they separate men and women. That's what happened there. So, but the point, the reason why I made the video mainly, played the video, was what you said about Nigerians being able to behave the way Iranians are behaving. Because I know when I studied the history that the Chinese, this is what America did to them. America trying to nuke them. That this is not Trump is even keeping quiet. America trying to nuke China, and these people were still doubling down. Like we don't even have that spirit. Maybe we'll find it. Maybe when we are tested, we'll find it. I don't know. But right now, that behave.
Yeah, that is why evil politicians are playing with us. Instead of us to look at what is good for our country as people, all of us come together. That's why politicians are messing with all of us. You have a president.
You don't have any leverage. You don't have any leverage. That's what Bumure keep talking. Like, no, you can't keep being afraid of your shadows. You can't keep.
What leverage does Vietnam have?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Vietnam fought
to fight for yourself.
with stones, and they still defeated them.
You still gonna die anyway. You have one few people. How many percent of people? You think you're gonna live forever? You're gonna die anyway. Come on, man. You think you are better than people that are gone? So
crazy, isn't it? Yeah. Ovie, I'm sure you must be watching this and thinking, my great
Ovie is not happy. You know,
my great Thanos nation. My great Thanos nation is looking a little bit shaky. Why is it this Thanos operation didn't click his fingers and everything gets off? What is happening? You see, let me put it this way, Ovie. How would this war end for you to say Trump got what he wanted?
This is not about Trump. It has never been about Trump. It will never be about Trump.
We see.
The world is changing. Now, when I say they look the world from yesterday lens.
Okay, so what's the plan then?
The policy that domestic politics that Trump is working with was put together in 2022. That was even before Republicans did their primaries. So it's not about, it's the time. The time has come for America to move to the next level. The world indeed to move to the next level. For the past 100 years, the world hasn't changed. To understand what I mean, go and study between 1850 to 1900, 50 years. Now, horse, nine full everywhere. Horse, four-legged horse, that's the mode of transportation. But between 1900 to 1910, the world experienced over 100 vehicle manufacturing companies. You understand? You talk and say American has superpower. A superpower is not interested in peace. If there is peace anywhere, they better be the one responsible. Because peace transfers to progress. Progress transfers to what you want, military power. Military power lead to what? Challenge to the superpower. If there is chaos anywhere on the planet Earth, they better be responsible or they know why it's happening. What America is trying to do is to avoid the mistake the British Empire made in 1700 by allowing the United States of America not just to get independent, but to form a big country between the North and South. So America is not interested in seeing any nation being a regional hegemony. It doesn't matter if it's Iran or if it's Nigeria.
So how is it going to? I don't know how what will make this war make US think that okay, they've maintained what you just said. He doesn't want anybody to be regional hegemony.
Now then, for them to be the control of the maritime empire that the British people have been in charge for all this while, the war will continue. Now, how long can you, because right now, every country will start bearing its individual's name. That's why they tell you, say Europe, you just a watch, Europe go disintegrate one by one. You understand? Because by the time the pressure will start copying you as a nation, you have to look inward. You understand? Especially if you are in power. How do I survive? Or how my people survive? So that is the stage we are moving into. So this is just the beginning. So the question you should be asking, after Iran, where next? As I said, they are not interested in seeing any country being a regional hegemony. Even China. Say, make you come and say, this is territory, and I mean, they run now. They are not interested because once they make that mistake, it's over for them too. So this is reality. This is how real world work. Nobody be your guy. Only person will get the biggest gun and be your guy.
But I told you there's a solution to this.
Now, hold on first. But because when they celebrate what they happen between Iran, they calculate how many people they die for Iran and how many people America they lose. America has never fought war in his own land since after the Civil War. They will one fight for you, destroy you. That is the whole point. That's what they did in Vietnam, Afghanistan, anywhere they go. They don't want you to be a superpower. It's not about winning. And people they say, oh, they lose. If I come here, I'll destroy everything you get. I don't see your money collect. That doesn't mean I lose. I won. They are trying to set you back. That is what Trump means by killing the civilization. You can't destroy the civilization, but they will set them back.
So what you are saying,
that
they don't have to win the war itself. No, they don't have to win the war in terms of battlefield winning. They have to win strategically.
Yeah, politically and strategically, they know what they want. They are superpower. Nobody can challenge them. As a superpower, what
strategically?
They destroy the military might. Are they not setting the Iran back for many decades by destroying their military power and everything?
Not really. You see, you have to understand is this technology, everything they have is based on human beings, and those human beings are still there.
Hold on now, to Nigeria, exactly. But what I say, setback. I'm not saying they go destroy you now. Setback. Instead of make you they progress, they rebuild.
When you say setbacks, a real setback, we are talking about 20, 50 years. That's what is happening here.
To Nigeria. Now your house, then they fight. Do you think about that? The person where they fight you in house, they okay. Then they come fight for your house.
No,
you guys look at it like that.
Let me say something.
That's not true. Because America is suffering because of the dollar issue. You see that the petrodollar.
Okay, in this instance, let me ask you this. In this instance, where Iran, they are going to be collecting money from Strait of Hormuz, $2 million per vessel. What they are saying, they are going to collect that money to rebuild whatever that was destroyed in Iran. I think Iran now on track.
You talk, I listen. Now allow me talk. I said the war just start. I not say the war don't finish.
Okay, go
ahead. We're talking about years.
You.
The war, they disintegrate the world. It's just the beginning. I don't know where everybody. It's where you just sit down, just they enjoy the thing. Because nobody know what is happening. Only those who are at the front of the war, and then will tell you this is what is happening. Right? But all you need to do is to look at the economy, as I said. That's why I said look at it from individual country. Who is winning, who is losing? You said it. When they carry out vote at the UN, what happened? The China and Russia said no, they should leave it closed. Forget 2 million where they collect. You understand? So everything we the hear from media, so everybody wants sell, everybody want get click, everybody want push propaganda to future, even the Iranian, the Americans, everybody they push, right? Just enjoy the process. But if you understand the way history, the world, the way this country they operate, then you understand that this thing where they do so, they don't just start them because it's from there. It's a policy that has been enacted decades ago. decades. So you are just so they know what it is. It doesn't matter who is from.
So I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Can you like make it very simple?
What? Tell me what you don't understand. Maybe I will.
Like you are saying that there's more that we don't know, but you're not explaining what we don't know. It's just like you're making it so that there's more to it. Okay, awesome.
Now,
but like, can you like expatiate? Like,
yeah.
What is it that we don't know that the American empire is declining in front of our eyes? Like, I'm trying to understand. You know what?
What do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean by its decline? As we speak, they are going to the moon. They are the front of technology explosion. The modern way of building factories has been going on every length and breadth of America. I mean, tell me, what do you mean by decline? I don't understand.
Number one, that's not even true. America is deindustrialized. That's number one. Number two,
hold on. Can you repeat what I said, please?
You're talking about factories. The American factories.
America I said they are building.
They are building, but what about people that have already built and are more industrialized?
Hold on. When you reach your time, you speak. Now you are in a grammar way. Hold on, please. Can you hold on now? Hold on. I just answer your question. I say, what do you mean by decline? We are not saying factories are closing. You just agree that they are building factories. So what is decline? In what area? Like I don't want when I grammar you speak.
Are you asking me now? So you want me to answer your question? Good,
because I don't agree that they are declining. That's what I mean. So when you say they are declining, in what area?
Absolutely, they are declining. The petrodollar, you see, one of the major sources of American empire is the petrodollar. And right now, the value of the petrodollar is declining significantly. That's what I mean by decline. That's number one. Number two, America's empire was built.
Hold on. No, because you are not making sense.
How am I not making sense?
The dollar has been. Can I finish? The dollar has been declined for the past 50 years.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, no.
It's okay, just continue.
The world had to take it up before it declined.
Hold on. When I thought making no talk, okay, when you say the petrodollar is declining, if you tell me say country are dropping the use of dollar, then I will listen to you. Then I know you know what you're talking about. Okay? So that's why I say you don't know what you're talking about. You just use words. Hold on. Listen now. Hold on.
Now, because
they hear people use them. That's why
the American empire is not declining. I'm listening to you.
Fucking, can I talk? When it is your turn, you talk. You understand? If you want to challenge me, know what you are challenging. Because you hear people say something, you won't use them for me. That's why I asked you that specific question. What do you mean by decline? Because you don't use them for years. Now, what you hear people, they talk with that. Right? And they tell you something that they are on, as they speak, they are circling the moon. Right? They fight economy war, kinetic war. They are operating at a full-fledged, never before in history. So what do you mean by decline? So to say you tell me, say, oh, China don't drop use of dollar, this will don't drop use of dollar, I will listen to you.
You're asking me, you want me to answer you?
No, when you reach hold on. I kept quiet, even when they write this. You know, because I agree with them. I kept quiet. When they reach your turn, you use your tongue to explain your own side. That's how people will understand us. Now, going war. I bring it to you, before Trump come to power, the policy has already been in place. And I am not speaking because I'm a conspiracy theory. I am speaking based on the past events. Since the coming of age of America, no region don't get world empire. Go and ask Germany what happened to them. Has the Western USSR what happened to them? Has Japan, because that was what we are trying to do what happened to them. So I'm not speaking, I'm giving you what has been transpired. When they sent Donald Trump into power last year, we are having this conversation with the professor from Germany. I said, for you to understand Trump administration, you have to go back to the 5th president of the United States of America. Call who? Monroe. Then you have to understand the man called the 25th president of America. The man who actually architected what tariff is about. People said I was stupid. I don't know what I'm talking about. 1 year down the road, everybody uses the same phrase. don't roll. Quincy, don't roll. Tariff. When Trump flush the tariff, they say America will die. 3 months, everybody go hungry in America, including you, Jide. When Trump do tariff, anything where Trump do, America go die. Anything we do, America die. Do you even understand the country you are talking about? They are retrieving their military might to do what? To re-expand. For you to understand that, not be the first time.
America is not expanding the economy now. America's economy is not doing very well.
I agree with you. That's what happened in the 20s. They went into deep depression in the 20s and the 30s. A decade that followed, what happened? They became world champion. So they are not new. Not be today American economy died. They fought civil war for the same reason. There's a pattern. There's a method to the madness. So for you to, I know they did not just enjoy the process. Now what they go on.
Did you know that you are a significant minority amongst professors, doctors, and everybody that looks at the trends? This trend can be seen coming a mile away. Like this, even I, that is not an expert, I saw it coming more than a decade ago. So it's not like a big deal.
You know why? You know why? Hold on, forefather. Forefather. All of us that were born within the last 80 years, this is the best the world has ever been. I was minority among the COVID, saying COVID are trash. I was deplatformed in so many places. I stood my ground. But today is a different case. I don't take the minority side to be right. I'm a human being. I want to be wrong. That gives me satisfaction. If I say something will happen next tomorrow, I want to be wrong. If I'm wrong, trust me, I know why I'm wrong. I'll trace my way back. That's human needs. All of us, we are in an adventurous process today. Now, the Tuesday, this special. So it's not about being wrong or right. I am just telling you what history has been saying up to this point. What it will turn out to be tomorrow, I don't know. That's why I say it's ongoing war. And I'm saying that it's not going to end with Iran. And it's not just about Iran, it's about anyone that has the potential of being a regional hegemony. You will not know peace.
Hold on.
That's how the world works.
It's not only about America's power, it's about what other power is rising. No matter how powerful you are as a nation, it depends on what other nation that is rising. And
that's why if to say, they listen to argue with me, if I said the same thing, I said they are not, if you are a potential regional power, they raise your head, they won't cut them off. Now the same thing with the talk. Just listen, you don't have to agree with me, but understand. You understand? So that we're not going to repeat ourselves.
They can't cut it off. They can't cut it off now. Are you going to cut China or Russia?
Hold on. Because I'm not going to tell you what they want to do. I will tell you what they have done in that process. Germany were doing the same thing, Abi, trying to dominate the Europe. What happened to them? The last people, which is me and you go fit that I testified to, is the Soviet Union, which is the Cold War. What do you think that was about? When Japan decided to
Germany now, that's what you are failing to see. America is in Germany now.
It's in Germany. It's in Germany.
America is in Germany right now. They are the ones threatening annihilation to other people. They are the ones wasting a lot of resources.
No, I started by quoting you. You said America is a superpower. I know anything when I talk, it's normal. I'm not coming from my heart. I started by quoting you. So if you said the way I phrase it is wrong, that means you are wrong. So hold on now. I said
look like America because they overcame Germany. So that is the same pattern they are going to repeat.
No, again, that's not what I meant. Again, listen to understand. When I use Germany, when Germany was trying to dominate Europe, that's what regional hegemony. That's what I mean by regional hegemony, right?
Isn't that what America is doing?
That's what they are doing in Iran. That's what is going to happen to China. I don't say that China had the project.
That's why I told you that they might end up suffering the fate of Germany.
The word there is might. So let's wait. They might. Now, grammar you they speak. They might. It hasn't happened yet until it happens. So history day from
allow you to jump in.
You have the whole floor now to make your point. I am not going to interject you. I promise you.
Look at
FYI, if you need the 10 points, I have them here. What you need them.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I would definitely like to.
I need that. I need to read that to you.
Yeah. Okay. Jide, thank you for joining us. And not my Dovio, he's for now. He's America first. He's the only one doing America first. Trust me.
I don't want to make. I can only speak for what I know. Only with I know.
He's not the proper American first now. People like Candice Owens or Carson, those are the real American first. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, fathers. Thank you for organizing this show on a Tuesday. Not our usual weekend, but thank you, man. It's right on time. Yeah, greetings to everyone, man. You see, this news is very groundbreaking. It's very groundbreaking. I told AY earlier today that I'm very confident something is going to change. And that was what happened. I told him that, don't worry, what you're thinking, what we are afraid of, I believe something is going to change. But this period we're in right now, it's a very critical period, in world history. Yet again, we are seeing a resistance nation fighting U.S. imperialism with its last BLOD. I don't want to use the word directly because we're still on YouTube. But they are fighting with everything they have. Everything. Even when they are being stabbed, they are being strangled, they are still fighting. That is the people that have honor. That's the people that have integrity. That's the people that have the spirit of justice. That's the people that have it, and it is the Iranian people. So you see, this war is not over. The 2-week extension thing and the peace deal that they claim that they accepted, unfortunately, the U.S. empire is not going to give up like that. They will still, they are planning to fight another day. They've lost this war. Iran have fought them to stand still, just like Cuba did during the Cuban Missile Crisis. You see, we're talking about leverage, but it's not just about leverage, like I said earlier. It's about the will of the people. If the people did not stand with this Iranian regime, if the people of Iran did not stand with this Iranian regime, honestly, I think by now Iran would have collapsed. But because of the country now, they would have because of the will of the people, they are willing to die for what they believe. They are willing to stand for what they believe. They are not willing to sell their soul to the DEVIL. They are not willing to sell their dignity. They are willing to stand for what they believe, no matter what other people think about them. These are people of honor. Because you see, when I talk about the fact that the US empire is declining, this is how a declining empire behaves. They are depraved, they are desperate, they are heavily deranged. We're talking about fascist Germany. Before Germany became fascist, they became fascists, Germany was one of, if not the most industrialized country in the world. Germany was the most industrialized country in the world. But after they lost the Second World War, they became more desperate. They became deranged. And that was how they initiated the Second World War. And look at what came out with Germany. The same thing with the Ottoman Empire. When the Ottoman Empire was declining, they became desperate. They became deranged. They committed genocide on the Armenians. This is across world history. This is how declining empires behave. This is clearly a declining empire. They've not completely achieved their geopolitical goals in the Middle East. So they are becoming desperate. The mask of democracy, the mask of human rights, it is now slipping away. So they're not becoming more open, more vile, more wicked, because they do not have any narrative anymore. The narrative is breaking down. They can't use the narrative of democracy, human rights, dictatorship anymore. So that is why this man is so deranged. That is why this man is so desperate. He is representing the U.S. empire. He is manifesting the current situation of the U.S. empire. And you see, this is just the beginning. I want everyone to know this. This is not the end. They will keep doing what they are doing.
Do you think that the way the Ayatollah was taken out, it kind of, I feel like we misunderstand the Iranian system. I think it's very easy to misunderstand that this guy is a religious leader. It's not like a politician, a proper politician.
Yes.
So, and the reason why I'm saying this is because when I saw that video of him, I think
they have two layers of government. They have the religious layers of government. They have the secular one. Even their military too, their layers.
Yeah.
So that's why it's like
I'm aware of that. But because he's the supreme and he's their leader, we forget that religious leaders generally tend to try to uphold, how do I put it, uphold at least a seeming appearance of morality, upstanding character. They tend to hold that no matter what religious leader you have, especially at such a level.
That's what he represents. That's what he represents.
Yeah, they represent moral.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish the point because I think some part of every single time I find out more about Iran, I find out I didn't know enough about Iran. That country is a strange country, actually, in so many ways. When I discovered that women were more engineers in that country than men, I was shocked. And then you find out that it was the Ayatollah that put the fatwa not to build nuclear weapons. Like I knew if Iran is going to go nuclear, that guy is going to die. And then he went on to, because there's no way he's going to reverse it if it's a religious man. He's not going to reverse the fatwa. So, and people, they don't believe him. You see, that's the thing. They don't believe, they think he's deceiving them. They forget that it's a religious leader that said that.
Yeah. What I want to say, so Iran, their women, they are not only the most educated in Iran. Iranian women and some of the most educated women in the world in STEM.
Yeah, probably.
In STEM. So Iran is not a small nation. So
they don't do OnlyFans.
They don't do Evil. Let me remind you. Sorry. Let me tell you this. You people don't know. Even the science we're talking about today, the source of algebra is from Iran. It's from the Persian. So if anything you discuss AI today, technology, that is the source. Algebra is the bedrock of any research you want to carry out in science and technology.
Let me finish what I was saying, because I think the British, thank you for that. The British, they know that. And the British value Iran, and I'm beginning to see why. And the Americans know that to an extent, but because of the Israeli influence, it blinds them to it. So, but because he's a religious leader and they went and got rid of him, that could have galvanized the country more than Americans ever anticipated, which was stupid not to think that. Because if you kill a politician, everybody hates politicians, but religious leader is a different thing altogether. If you kill a religious leader, the people are like, some of them basically almost worship him. So you can't just go and kill a religious leader and expect the country, especially his believers, not to adhere to his belief. And we're talking about millions upon millions of people. You know, when I saw a video of a Kurdish guy, you know, Trump was talking about giving Kurdish people weapons to go and help overthrow the Iranian military. The Kurdish guy was like, don't try that too, because the Kurdish people of Iran, 60% of them are Shia. Where do you start with that kind of
Trump? You didn't listen to Trump. Trump said they diverted the weapon. He said the middleman diverted. You didn't listen to this guy. I said it's not okay.
What kind of fight is that? The majority of them are from. They believe in this thing. They are Ayatollah, so that's not going to work. So when I heard that, I was like, that country is heavily misunderstood. They are not like Iraq that was fully persecuting the Kurdish people. They were not like that. So, but that said, I just thought I should highlight that, because the more you look into Iran, it's not as clear-cut as people make it sound. And every day now, the last protest that happened, first they say it's 2,000 people that were killed. It's 15,000. It's 30,000. Now it's gone up to 60,000. They just
those are just nonsense numbers. Those are narrative numbers.
They keep increasing numbers. They're like, what is this now? So
they know Grishio's video. Not even two people.
One thing about wars is that when there are
narrative.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much, Ovie, for mentioning that word, narrative. Like, you know, the aggressor tends to be propagating like narratives to be in control when there is a war like this, and that's what the West are very good at. You know, they are very good at maintaining a narrative You know, even if they are losing, they cannot make it seem like they are losing. They cannot make it seem like they are achieving their objective. So
you know one thing I don't like about people, Jide, you know one thing I don't like about some of these Western commentators, including the ones that try to be objective. When they hear, let's say they are trying to come out and condemn Trump for what Trump is doing, you know, why he started the war and whatever, then somebody will come and say, oh, Iran killed 50,000 people. Instead of them to say, no, that is not accurate, they will, because they don't want to come across as defending Iran, they will just ignore it. If they say Iran eats babies, they will ignore it. They will just, you can't keeping quiet. You have to say, no, I'm here for the truth. I don't care about Iran. I condemn what they do against human rights. I condemn what they do for against war crime, whatever.
Who go hear you again? Who go hear from you again if you go like that? Who?
You see, exactly, that's my point. But it's not right. You can't, because what those people are doing is they just keep throwing lies at Iran constantly. And today, a lot of people probably believe 30,000 people died in that protest.
Then I didn't get the media too now, so.
So, but Jide, have you finished so that we can go to Mascot?
Yeah, I also finish. Let me finish up real quick. Another thing I want to say, and I learned this from my mentor, Diallo Kenyatta. For those that are free, they can listen to Diallo Kenyatta. You know, he's on YouTube. He's one of my political mentors. He's up there. Yeah, Diallo Kenyatta. I will type it on the chat. Diallo Kenyatta. He's an African American. Yeah, he's an African American. He used to say something on the show, and he also told me too. One of the things he told me is that one thing about white people is when they are beginning to lose their grip on power, it's about we are either going to lose it and destroy everything, but we'll never give it for everyone to get it. It's either we have it or no one gets it. That is how white people are. That's their psychological. That's their psychological way of seeing the world and dominating the world. They would just want to dominate the world. That if they don't have it, they want to destroy everything. I rather have it. Why people when they do this? I rather have it, or if I don't have it, if I'm losing it, I rather destroy everything I have. That's how Europeans think. That is their psychological. That is how they are. Like that's how they are. And this one makes them to be very dangerous because currently, whether we like it or not, they are the ones still dominating this world. Economically, militarily, even socially, they are the ones still dominating this world. And what makes it dangerous is right now, their current, like I said, their power is declining. They are divisive right now. So they will do everything because of their results, because of their decline, to make sure that if we don't have it, no one will have it. And that's why someone like Donald Trump, he can say something like attacking a civilization. We need to really pick those words carefully. Like what does civilization have to do with what is going on? But that's how Europeans think. That's exactly how this is how they think across history, even among themselves. This is how they think. It has to be a huge catastrophe before they submit. You cannot negotiate with a deranged set of people. You can't. This is something that I've learned from him. But like I said, and this is what we are seeing right now. They are declining, but they cannot afford to decline in peace. We're talking about multipolar world. They can't afford to decline in peace. They will make sure that they destroy as much as possible. And they've not, this is not the end, like I said. This is just the beginning. To make sure that the global south, the other parts of the world, will not have those resources that they have. I will stop there. Thank you.
My fear is that I'm not sure this is only them thing. This is almost a living entity thing. When you have power, you've been rewarded by violence, you are not likely to stop. You know, this is why I recommended that they do war counseling. You know, people think it's a joke, and it looks like there's no war counseling system in the world. So maybe they can consult me. Maybe we can talk about it, and they pay me, and I discuss with them on how to, take care of this urge to go to war. And this it's a real urge. Make no mistake, I have evidence. You know, can this Owen caught Trump saying it? Like, because Trump, they asked Trump why he went to war. You're like, it's like a force of habit. Trump literally said it. Like it's a habit to go to war. And it's very funny because it's the natural state they are in. They are already used to winning wars. So why would they stop? They will not stop until they are stopped. Somewhere along the line, America, Israel will have to be stopped. And that
is what it required to be on top. If you're on top, you better be fighting. If not, they will take you down. It's just like the law of nature with that. If you don't get enemy, you go look for enemy.
The way you are looking at it is different. The way I'm looking at it from the point of view that we are at a kind of a precipice right now, whereby if we let things get out of control, we are all going to be in some serious trouble. I just saw a kind of TV program about what happens when there is a climatic kind of what they call a dark winter. It's a very, very horrible thing. That it is so bad that the people that are alive, they have said to envy the people that died. The envy, that's how bad things will be. And we
will go close to that. I think regardless of what we do, we are going to be very close to that.
Come on, let's not while I'm around. I'm offering my services, so we are.
You are one out of 8 billion. So
I'm offering my services. I have to talk to them and say, no, you can make all the money you want. I think just maybe they might stop themselves.
See, the only war you have ever fought, you lost. Biafra ran you over. What else? What if their
own AI stops them? Because they are listening to AI a lot now for decision making. Their own AI might tell them, you know what, this direction you're just going to kill yourself. You need to stop. You can't keep doing this.
Be serious. Bring serious people. Bring Masker Angel. Let serious people talk. And stop this. Let serious people talk.
Because today I thought I should do this because the world could change in 4 hours, according to Trump. I thought I should be on here when that could possibly happen. But as they say, Trump seems to have accepted Iran's plan. So I don't know whether you know about the details of the plan or how this came about. But what do you make of the whole development and the threats Trump was issuing in the first place to Iran, against Iran?
Okay. So you're asking me what's you've
of
said
the whole mess. I know. I added a lot.
One, you thought the world would change drastically tonight.
It could have.
You said so.
Yes, it could.
Secondly, what do I think of the fact that did you say Iran accepted Trump's deal or Trump accepted Iran's deal?
Accepted Iran's deal, kind of.
Okay.
Well, just 2 weeks. Temporary stop of bombarding, according to them.
Yeah, on the basis of what Iran's provided.
Okay, so the first, I would start with your belief that world things don't. Okay, so how do I word it? Okay, so life is, I will use the word stacked. Life is stacked. What I mean by life is stacked is that like we're individuals, then you can stack us up to be a family. You can stack families to be a small community. Then you can stack a community to be maybe a group of people, then a society, a country, and then globally today, a committee of countries. Now, because of that stacking, so things don't happen like, it's not like a chemical reaction with people and therefore the stacks of people. What I mean by in society, in human life, in human endeavors, in human events, in human stuff, things don't happen like that. They happen what you call at the margins. Okay, so let me tell you what has happened today. It's not very evident to people. The world has changed, but not in the way you would expect. So did it occur to you that, do you know the time, the deadline Trump put? What time did he put?
12 GMT.
No, Eastern time, what time? That's 8 o'clock. That's prime time.
Prime time.
Yeah. They wanted to make the American people, go live with it. Yes.
Okay. The time. Okay.
Yeah. So the point I'm making is, politics, war now, suddenly, one of the key changes that you'll see, war now is more like a drama. Did you notice that you're hosting a show today now because it's dramatic?
Okay. Yeah.
It didn't occur to you that we are
it's not like, yeah. We are hosting to watch war.
Yeah, so like this is more like this soap opera that all these South American people do, like the ritual soccer. You know, this is so it's like everybody is like you can't have your complete day without going to the media to anticipate. We're all full of anticipation. So that's the kind of change. It has happened. But the most critical change now is, so now what do you have any definite thought about what will happen after the 2 weeks?
No.
Exactly. So these are this is the kind of things that happen. These are the kind of change. So I want to just start from there, from your expectation that, one day something will just happen, that you hear that they will nuke one country. It doesn't happen like that, but the changes are already happening.
Something tell me somebody they will break the 2 weeks. Something will happen and they will say the deal is off. I won't be surprised.
Yeah, so one of the critical thing also for me, it's so in my mind now, all this posturing of Trump, it's like, yes, now we know that military might does not mean victory. Do you understand what I'm saying, forefathers? Is it that I've been...
Yes, leave forefather country. Just keep going. Yes.
Sorry. I think my mic was muted. Sorry. Yeah, of course, military might doesn't necessarily mean you win the war. It doesn't. Iran has proven that. Afghanistan the same.
So
they'll see end up at the table, negotiating table, last.
In the end, so now everybody is now realizing that, so maybe I need to backtrack a bit, because there are some countries, assuming if it was with Nigeria, I'm sure we would have done an unconditional surrender.
Oh, of course. Of course.
But with serious countries, chances are that if you are a serious country, that military might does not guarantee, like Vietnam. And I heard you guys talking about, America having this, they have a knack now for war. But my mind also tells me that, you see, it's not really that they have a knack. I will call it the Vietnam syndrome. When you've lost a fight, and you think you are powerful, you want to look for an opportunity to reassert your powerfulness. It's like all these boxers. You fight somebody, you lose, you go and train, you want to come back again and fight and just show that, look, that was just a fluke. You are really a powerful boxer. I think that's the problem. But again, one of the other things that I think...
they are also born out of war now. They started with war. America started with war. So I don't think they can stop.
But what people don't even understand is, for me, I think it's more to do with Trump. This thing has more, it will tell more on Trump than anything else. Because the truth is that wise white men, I say it 3 times, understand that Iran is not a pushover. You don't just, it's not the kind of country you fight in the daytime.
With all those mountains.
Yes, people forget. Let me tell you, people forget that it was truly America that used Iraq as a proxy. When I hear them talk about Iran having proxy, I laugh. Big laugh. The first person that used proxy is the same America. They used Iraq as proxy to fight Iran. But people have forgotten that. So when I say wise white man, understand that you can't just do what Trump was attempting to do. You have to be very Machiavellian with Iran. That's why somebody like, I think it was who pushed, it wasn't Reagan that pushed Iraq to fight Iran.
Yeah.
Was it? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It was Reagan. Wow.
It was smart enough
during
to know
that period, for sure.
Yes, I'm not going to come at you directly. I'm going to use somebody as a proxy. But having said all this, I think for me, the fact is you have to read all these things within and I think it's Jide that was saying it, that you have to look at all these things within the bigger picture of what is happening in the bigger geopolitics. Take it or leave it. America as an empire is on the decline. Now, I hear what Ovie was saying, but I think the difference between Jide and Ovie is that Ovie is looking at America as a country. Yes, if you look at America as a country, you look at its GDP, its economic progress. Yeah.
No, America stopped being a country over 100 years ago. I never see America as a country.
If you look at America as an empire, it's so obvious that the biggest ally is the UK. Today, America is saying, go, you guys pack together, go and open Hormuz. Guys are saying no. How can it be an empire of yesterday?
And why do you think he's saying that?
No, the why doesn't matter.
It does.
No, it doesn't. No, it does not. Look, what killed a man does not change anything on the fact that the man is dead.
No, what killed the man matters.
No, it doesn't matter if you are looking at whether the man is alive or dead. The man is either dead or alive.
You know why I said, you know why I asked you why, but when you ask you know why I said why?
You have to agree with me that they have not agreed with America to start with. Today, America is finding it difficult to even get a motion at the United Nations. It's ridiculous.
I agree with you. You know why? Because it's actually the two empires at war. The British Empire, the American Empire. They meet in Iran. So that's why I asked you, there's a reason why the British no one respond.
No, I don't have a problem. So this is why I said I will not go into the argument of why. Because the fact of the matter is that two brothers today are fighting in the public. They went to Iraq together, even when at the end of the day, the evidence showed that they all were lying among themselves. Today, America is no longer the same empire it used to be. Nobody is going to argue with that. As an empire, it's on the decline.
But when you say decline, you should be able to back it up. Say, okay, this is it.
I gave you two very solid points. America as an empire is commanding its NATO allies, and they are refusing.
No, America is leaving the NATO. That's why I say there's a reason for all this. America is leaving NATO. NATO is together for the past 80 years because of America. So the question will be, why are they leaving?
You know, it's my time. So
you're right. It's your time. Go ahead.
So I should guide the discussion. I can go into the argument of the why with you, but you have to agree with me, yes, that they did not agree. America said go. They said, no, we are not going. We have to agree on that. That will form the basis of then going into the why. If you don't agree with me, then the why discussion should not suffice. But do you agree?
I don't disagree with people. I try to understand.
I'm not going to.
So it's not about disagree.
Do you agree? Do you agree that America told its NATO allies that they should come and join this war? They said no.
You never told before they started the war in the first place.
No. See, I don't like this attitude of it.
My God, yes, with the public, with the analyze the life event, you the same thing about the answer. No, I'm not be small picking. I'm not here to do ABC and D. I read.
Look, it's not yes or no. I'm not asking you for yes.
I disagree with you. That's what I mean. I disagree with you. I disagree. If that's what you want to hear, I disagree.
It's okay. So look, if you disagree, I'm okay with it. I mean, like, I always put the caveat that what I'm saying is just a conjecture. It's not written in any book. It's neither a fact nor a universal truth. It's just my own opinion.
Exactly. So since it's not a factor about you, why do you want me to say yes and no? It does. You see that doesn't make sense. So that's why I said. That's why I say I understand you. I understand.
See, I disagree, I don't disagree, which I do understand what you are saying. But you are telling me to say yes or no.
The reason why I wanted you to agree with me or disagree with me is because you are bringing up a why analysis. So I'm saying that before we start discussing why, let's even, are we on the same page or not on the same page?
We're not on the same page.
So therefore, if we are not on the same page, you are saying that the man is still alive. So we can't start arguing about what killed the man.
But because it's an event, history, the study of events. When events happen, you analyze it from different angles. That's what this event means. Because now two people they engage, so you have to see it from different angles. So that's why it's not about disagreeing or agreeing. It's about seeing your perspective and know where it's coming from, and see the other person's perspective and know where it's coming from. So the idea of yes and no, now children do that.
Aware of that, but the point about Trump asking for NATO countries to help support with this war is a factual, objective statement. It's not
saying go end civilization. Trump said a lot of things, so you have to know the reason why he says things. We are not, come on, we'll be children. All of us come here now. Come on, all of us. We believe that we did a lot of
research. Let's not argue that point.
Let me just land. Let me land. Like I said, my final destination point is that we have to look at the ceasefire agreement within the general context of what is happening in the bigger and greater geopolitical realm. The fact that America as an empire is on a steady decline. And it is that decline in itself, and my evidence, like I said, of the decline, which was that, number one, America as a country to tell UK, come and let's go, for UK to say no, that for me, it's a clear evidence of the decline of an empire. Because that was its biggest, every bully has somebody, has a tag along. Somebody that is a sidekick. The sidekick today has said no. And I am also saying that just ordinary resolution, UN resolution to say, okay, just on paper, open the Strait, Iran open Strait of Hormuz. US couldn't get that. Are you aware that that resolution failed?
Yeah, at the UN, yes, it failed.
Yes. Yep. So these are small evidence, but do you know my biggest evidence?
Which one?
That somebody like Trump is a leader of a country. That tells you how desperate that empire is.
True.
The real reason why a country will elect somebody like Trump is because they've become so desperate. In my place, they say when somebody is drowning, if you give him a sword, he will hold it. This is what is happening to the American empire. They are doing all sorts of things. This is the only reason why they will fall for the argument of to say make America great again. Who is going to argue? The people in America have agreed that America is not the America it used to be. Where would the argument of that America is declining come from? The Americans themselves, the last person that won the election, his motto was make America great again. So there can't be an argument. Like Jonathan Goodluck would say, Americans will know, right? Americans will know whether America is great or is no longer great. And every empire that have collapsed, that is the sign you see. Two signs normally happens. The one outside, which is what we are seeing in Iran. Okay, we've seen it in Venezuela. Like you're desperate to hold on to what used to be your own, but now you can see that the thing is getting out of your clutches. But for me, the bigger sign is when you look inside the whole environment of the empire. That tells you a lot. Whether that look at China, for instance. How many crises do you have coming out of China?
Very rarely.
What does that tell you? For me, it tells you that empire is on the ascendancy.
Yep.
Because inside you, you must collect yourself together first before you can even go out and venture to truly be an empire.
And also, Master, to reinforce what you said, an empire that is ascending commands authority.
Yes, it's not, and that's a very important point to explain what is happening outside. There was a time when America would say, and it would be done. It doesn't have to carry any stick on anybody. People, I used to know when we were young, people will you will see people wearing shirts of American flag, black man in Nigeria. All this terrorism that people talk about, the truth is that half of it is born out of American desperation. But I think so that I will not be the only one talking, I'll rest it there. Thank you.
So thank you for that. I was trying to find a video, and that video is a bit annoying to find, but I'll find it hopefully maybe during our next live. So AY, did you manage to get the 10-point plan that Iran proposed to Trump? AY, can you hear me? Well, let me see if I can find the 10-point plan, because that would be interesting to know the actual details. Iran 10-point plan to Trump. All right, so I'm not sure they've shared it, and AY cannot hear me. Iran considers itself victorious because it survived.
I know. Initially, when the war was going on, it was about 25. So I think they might have compressed it or made some concession to make it 10. But I think let me check it.
Yeah, I thought AY said he had it now. Now he just decided to disappear. So, but that said, anyway, regarding the pressure, learning from what the Iranians have been able to withstand, this is the same thing that the Chinese will have to withstand to get out of. And somebody predicted last week when I was watching this video, an analyst, he said Iran is going to emerge from this a superpower. I never saw that one coming, but it might actually come to fruition. Might be
Iran need to be a regional power first before you can be a superpower. There's level to life.
That there is some truth there. I don't know. Maybe.
Wait. Let me give you this. Let me explain this. Let me explain this to you.
Sorry, Ovio, not the superpower. I think he said a world power.
Let me. They are already world power now. They are among the top 3 powers in the world. That's not world power.
Iran is not among the top 3 now. Come on.
Oh, you're talking about Iran emerging as a superpower.
It's going to be one of the world powers. That's what the guy was saying. The analyst.
I thought you are talking about because see, even that's if you use America as a strategy, because the America might be the baby of the house in terms of talking about empires that come. They build on what the Roman call cyclical. It's a periodical, just like human being, right? They'll born you as a kid, you grow up, you become a man, reproduce, and you die. Pretty much every 20 years, right? Human being change, evolve. That's how American country exists. The first at the birth, be the Civil War of 1676, right? That is the Civil War to wrestle themselves away from the British Empire. That is a political victory. They never get military might. They never get economic might. In other words, most of their institutions are still being run by the British Empire. And some people will argue up to today. 80 years later, what happened? They had to fight civil war to bring the nation under one federation, to bring the South and the North under one federation. 80 years later, they have to venture out of their domain, which is what James Merrill approached the Congress, that they are of age economically. Every European power had to leave. They not be war powers at that time. Oh. All the British, the French, everybody had to leave. Though they buy up, they buy them up. Right? Yeah. 80 years later,
Fathers, I found the 10-point peace plan. Should I say it?
Yeah, I found out too.
Please,
I
let me
just
finish.
found it myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Later, they had to dominate Europe. Their what? The Second World War. Now, if you look at every junction, the economy suffer, the socio-cultural, everything suffer, but they emerge victorious. So now the fourth 80 years you they see so. So what is happening? They not just wake up, it begin happen. That's why I say, come out your name of the trouble, because if you look at for the past 10 years, what did they call them, Biden, the power, they begin empower the presidency. There's a reason why. So they begin empower the presidency. So regardless of who come, right? If it is a Trump, they mad or in the crazy, regardless of who come, the same policy we see they happen. The performance, how you go about that will be different.
But that is not new now. That has always been the case during times of distress, uneasiness, wars. Presidents and elites, even during 9/11, George Bush was extremely powerful. Junior.
That's why I thought say, don't conclude on what is happening now, because they are still in the process. The economy is still going to get worse. These people, during the Great Depression, people, they line up, no be black people, even white people, they line up, they beg for food like Alimajiri for America.
We are not concluding America.
That's like 100 years ago.
America is going to be a very powerful country for a very, very, maybe forever.
As at that scene, now hold on now.
Just as powerful.
Hold on. Now that they emerge on top. British Empire was still there. They just break the British stronghold in Iran. Because you need to understand what maritime empire is all about. Then you understand the power that is there. British was still controlling up to the day Trump strike. So when Trump say we have won, that's exactly what he's talking about.
Oh, come on. Then you are the only one talking about that one. Nobody argue that point at all. The people don't.
Because how many people, how many people come here, they actually analyze the economics of geopolitics. Not the story everybody they got talk for, yeah?
Come on. You are bringing a point that is quite...
Tell me about Lloyd Insurance, if you are in the UK. Hold on. Tell me about Lloyd Insurance.
Lloyd Insurance?
Yes, and they are rich. And they are rich.
Lloyd Insurance, Lloyd goes way back even towards the times of slavery, but they have banks, they have all kinds of different institutions. So that they have insurance is not going to be a shock.
You are not okay.
Americans have insurance too. So see, I'm not saying that they don't have insurance, but that is not the reason. It is not even close to the reason why the British people are reacting the way they are reacting. Trump,
I don't understand. Hold on first now. Hold on now. Do you understand what they say maritime empire, what it means?
Yes.
You understand what it means?
Of course I know what it means.
And you are not saying you now understand why British no go fight war to break their own stronghold. How? Will you do it?
Actually, they have an interest in fighting that war because they were the people that created the maritime empire. They want it to flow. So in reality, why would they not get into the fight? The only reason why they don't want to get into the fight because Trump has misbehaved big time.
Hold on now. Hold on. Don't rush. If they get involved, whose side are they going to be on? The America that is actually going years after that same empire because it's a civil war between the English-speaking nations.
I can't believe.
So who you want to?
America and England.
Anyway, that's what I say. See, that's what I say. Hold on. I talked for you before. Before you understand what is happening, you have to understand World War I. If you don't understand World War I, you have no clue what is going on.
See, you have taken enough time. Don't do this. You might as well tell us anything.
It
has anything to do with Peugeot.
Fathers, can I talk?
No, but sorry, Jide, let me just push back on it. I just want 1 minute just to push back on Ovie's point. Because I think, Ovie, you are saying that as of today, it is Britain that is preeminent in the affairs of Iran, and America is trying to take over in Iran. Is that what you're saying?
No. It is more nuances to it than that. No, I don't want to make you quote me on that. I don't want to make you quote me on that. That's why I use the one maritime empire. If you don't understand what maritime empire means, if you don't understand since when British people begin control maritime empire, waiting at the talk, so it no go make sense to you.
Okay,
it will not.
But I just want to push back to say that for a very long time, America took over Iran as an economic interest from the UK. Go and check the first agreement that Iran and the UK reached. The Iranian oil, UK was collecting 83%. Iran is getting only 17% of their own oil.
Do you understand the dichotomy of and globalists and nationalists and the agents between and the agent? So that is the part of the America that is actually in Iran that you are talking about. It's different from what Trump is leading.
No,
Pax Americana is different
I'm not even talking about now. I'm talking of the 19th century, not now. I'm talking of the First World War you are talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
The First World War. I'm not British. The First World War. Hold on. America hasn't come of age now, but the British were still very much in charge.
This is the story I'm trying to put to you. That yes, true. At some point, Britain was collecting almost all of Iranian oil for free, because if you're collecting 83% and you're leaving the country,
I am more focused on the logistic. Hold on, I don't care about it.
No.
I am not talking about oil.
It's almost as if you come here, you introduce topic that is so obscure that has nothing to do with any evidence. If you have one shred of evidence for your argument, share it, please.
And he's responding to me. And he's responding.
Yeah, no. I'm asking you one shred of evidence what you are saying, and I don't know why we are allowed.
Masker. When you look at Iran, let me tell you the fact. When you look, let me tell you the fact. Let me tell you, when you look at Iran, look at the geography.
Allow me to moderate. We need to read the 10-point plan. I can't waste time talking about an obscure topic that has nothing to do with what is happening.
We are talking about Iran. We are talking about Iran.
Are you talking about the maritime law?
Iran crime, not their geographical location, nothing else. Now where they did, maybe they are. So when I'm talking about maritime empire, I'm not talking about oil. That's why I asked you, if you don't understand what maritime empire means, I know it will make sense to you. I know why I said that. You guys can go ahead.
Right. All right. According to the statement, the plan includes.
I think we should just hear Ovie out, even on the maritime.
We've had him out now. But there's no. I asked for one shred of evidence of what he's saying, so that we can follow the discussion.
This is a continuum. This is a developing event.
I expect you to listen to me. That's not fair.
Hold on. I'm not saying now developing events. We are going to talk about it again tomorrow, next week, next month. So don't worry, Mascot. We'll get time to talk.
Okay. All right. So I wanted to read the 10-point plan. Because that's actually quite relevant to the discussion. So it says, number one, controlled passage through the Strait of Hormuz in coordination with the Iranian armed forces, which would grant Iran a unique economic and geopolitical position. Iran is going to be doing that in that 2 weeks. The necessity of ending the war against all elements of the axis of resistance. So now this is an interesting point, and I like that, because Iran is saying the war has to end against Lebanon, which is Hezbollah, Hamas. All of them need to end, not only for itself. You see, this is the thing about Iran. Iran seems to always do things not only for itself to an extent. The withdrawal of the U.S. combat forces from all bases, that's not how good, from all bases and deployment points in the region. Wow, this is what Trump accepted. No, this war is going to go on. This war is going to go on. They are all just rearming me right now. The establishment of a safe transit protocol in the Strait of Hormuz in a way that guarantees Iran's dominance according to the agreed protocol. Wow, this is capitulation, man. This is capitulation. Oh my God, man! I can't believe America accepted it. This is crazy. I can't believe this.
Forefather.
Oh my God. This one shocked me. I can't believe America accepted this one.
For what I told you is desperation. I told you earlier. That is it.
Pure,
Trump has been
unadulterated desperation. Let's read on.
That's it.
Let me read it. Let me read the 10-point plan. This 10-point plan is crazy. Wow. I don't see
even
one America will be happy with it.
Even but
yes, I think Tunanja, I'm not surprised. Trump will accept it.
Okay, well, let me carry on.
Okay.
The shame still,
I will tell you why.
Let's finish the list of shame here. Because this is shameful. This is shameful to accept. Oh my God. America must be on its knees to accept this. Okay, I don't mean an insult of America, Trump. Before Americans come for me, all these Americans, and I've not been Americans, okay? The establishment of a safe transit protocol. Okay, I think I've read that one. Full payment of Iran's damages according to estimates. You can't make that up. The lifting of all primary and secondary sanctions and resolutions of the Board of Governors and Security Council. Hey, what a big demand. The release of all Iranian assets and properties frozen abroad. And finally, the ratification of all these matters in a binding Security Council resolution. Oh my God. Oh my. This is maximalist from the point of view of the Iranians. This is like asking for everything they want.
Why do you take the MAGA money? Why do you take MAGA money? Listen, you got to have mercy on the MAGA people. Let me tell you.
That is a slap.
Let me speak on the area of economy. I'll give you an example. This night alone, after market, when they announced this, S&P ETF moved by 2.something%. That's a lot, right? That's a lot in terms of when S&P move even 1% a day. That's a lot. So all the stock market now is basically up by more than 5%. So this is what happened, right? Tomorrow you will see everything. See, America is suffering. This is not about America, it's about Trump. Like I said, you need to distinguish between Trump and these lunatic people and the American people. American people are not supporting this war. Even Ovid, as we speak, Ovid knows that majority of Americans, they are not interested in this war. They are actually fully against it. So that is what we need to differentiate.
The leaders never care about the people from day one. It's never about the people.
Ovid, let me ask you a
question. The war has not ended. The war is going to go back.
Let me ask. I'm going to ask Ovid.
AY. But I think you guys are misleading forefathers. So this is not. No, because it was what is called a conditional ceasefire. There will be talks held this Friday, which is next tomorrow in Islamabad.
I understand that. I understand that, but
can I talk about that real quick?
The conditions you are reading, the conditions are irrelevant. Because a condition. Let's
Masker, just to clarify, Pakistan is a client state of the U.S. empire. So if you notice the trend of the negotiations, you realize that all the negotiations usually within all the vassal states of the U.S. empire. Is it Qatar? Is it Oman? And when the negotiation is going on, they go and attack Iran. I believe I sense something interesting is coming. We don't know what it is.
Even the Israelis have problems. Even the Israelis have problems with this deal. They are saying that they have concerns about the deal. This deal is not going to hold because
that's what I'm pointing to you for. There's no deal. If you are going to discuss next tomorrow, how is there a deal?
Okay, I think I'm mistaken. So maybe I'm using the wrong term. I'm not saying there is a deal.
It's not a deal.
Hold on. Let me say something.
I'm going to let you talk. I just need to address Masker. Let's one at a time. So I'm not saying there is a deal. I'm saying this is the basis of a deal that Trump accepted. That is
it's the framework. It's the framework.
Trump accepted it. It's crazy.
No, he didn't accept it. That is what I'm pointing to you.
No, he should just say, no, I'm not going to take this as even the basis of conversation. That's what you would expect. Because that thing is basically on Iran's terms, just like when Israel...
Let me say this.
Forefather,
let me say this.
A deadline that in the next 1 hour, he's going to obliterate Iran. It is important for him to either obliterate Iran or give a reason why he's not obliterating Iran. Today, the reason is that, okay, we are going to meet on Friday. So
let me say,
you guys 2 weeks.
Have you even read it? Have you even read
it? Hold on, Forefather, let me correct it. Please look at it. Trump, at least these are the terms. Trump is fundamentally committed to this 10 point. This is the framework of any further discussion. So what you guys are saying is not that it's complete. This is a ceasefire.
I don't know what's going on with Masca these days.
It's actually jubilating. Come on, Trump is going to sleep well tonight. You want there to be flogged.
Even the Israelis, I'm reading it here. The Israelis are saying they are not very happy with this. They have concerns about the deal,
but they don't have option.
This is not going to hold. You see, this type of deal, I've seen this type of deal before. Israel giving this type of deal to Hamas. I've seen it before. And towards the end, Israel will start the war again. But this time, it's America that will start the war again. I think they're just buying time. For whatever reason, they're buying time right now. They're going to start the war again.
Iran will also prepare.
That's what I'm exactly explaining to you, forefathers, that all the conditions Iran has stated is irrelevant as far as Trump is concerned. What he's looking at is the threat he has issued. He has issued a threat that today at 8 o'clock he will obliterate Iran. And he is smart enough to know that by that 8 o'clock, it's either you obliterate Iran or you have an excuse why you are not doing it.
I agree with you on that, but he could have said my toe was not in me. But to accept this, he could have said my toe was not in me.
Saying. So how can he accepted?
Why
are they holding discussion on Friday?
What Masca is basically saying, Trump want to save face.
Yes.
But this is not saving face now. This is slapping face.
That's the problem. So. Actually, Iran actually spit on his face.
Israel thinks so. Anybody that looks at it would think so.
They spit on his face.
The deal is on the terms of Iran. Everybody thinks so. That is, it's like obvious now. How can you come? You'll be taking toll. You'll be taking money from people that will be coming through the ship. This thing. You'll be controlling the traffic. Something that you didn't have power to do before. Are you asking America for reparation? All kinds of nonsense, man. I am calling it nonsense. Can you believe that?
That's why I say you guys should know. You should calm down. You're just getting started.
Let's bring in Paul. Let's bring in Paul since he just came in. Paul, what do you make of this, man? Because I thought this was very obvious. Like, this doesn't look like Trump being in a strong position at all. I can't believe it that just about 6 weeks ago, Iran was willing to accept such a terrible, that compared to where they are now, compared to the deal that Trump is acquiescing to, not agreeing to, just even saying, oh, I will even tolerate this letter. Iran was willing to give Trump, we are not going to build nuclear weapons. Take our uranium. And they started this war. And now look at what is happening. Now Iran is controlling the Strait of Hormuz and taking money from people. What is that? But it's okay. What do you make of it? This one blew my mind. I couldn't believe what I'm reading.
I think forefather is more complex than you can think. The difference between Americans and Nigeria is playing out. That's why it overwhelms you. Like the way you see an average APC, you see Sheyi Law will see find way to defend Tinubu at all costs.
That's not your typical Nigeria. Come on,
man. I'm giving you that phrase. So now Trump, the biggest critic is his own MAGA base. The Democrats, one corner of their mind, they also support this war because the people, the Retron, the Lockheed Martin still bribe the so-called Democrats. So if you notice, they are not really talking very well. The Democrat leaders and everything, good percentage, they are also not talking. So in this case now, we are talking Trump own base is fighting Trump. And now it's looking like now Trump may likely lose the Senate. It is clear that he's going to lose Congress. But now he may likely lose Senate. And now they started pushing another thing. Trump and J.D. Vance, they are not getting it so clearly and everything. They are putting on the old damage control because Israel is supporting more of Marco Rubio, you understand, and every other thing. So it looked like J.D. Vance, they want to betray J.D. Vance. So now if they win the both house, impeachment is coming. And many Republicans is seeing themselves that this nonsense that Trump is doing, they're going to lose out of the election. So you'll be so shocked that Republicans can also join. They kick Trump out like Johnson 74. You understand? So a whole lot of things is going on. And now the MAGA base that will also support this thing not happen, good percentage of them, big percentage of them, you understand, they are also not happy with what Trump is doing. They are the real critic with what is going on. So that aspect is there. The economic aspect is also there. Then with that promise that you promise, you tell America, don't vote for Kamala Harris because he's going to go to war. No more war, no more war, no more war. So his own MAGA base, they feel betrayed. You understand? So how will he manage that part? Then this thing that he said, this threat and everything that he said, they are not happy at all. The market is not happy. His base is not happy and everything. Then he has procrastinated 3 good times. This is the 4th time. How do I do this now? If he goes ahead, it's a problem. If he didn't go ahead, he's using all this excuse to find another excuse to say, okay, let me put boot on ground. His own MAGA base is saying, if you put 1 boot, Israel should put 3 boots. And Israel said it clearly, we are not putting not 1 boot. But Israel is in Lebanon, and it's in land. You understand? Only the name of excuse of buffer and everything. You can push all the way to Lebanon, claiming land, but you don't want to put 1 boot on ground to go to Iran. That you
they will not be able to claim land in Iran now. That is why.
you see the problem. So Trump is just between the devil and the deep blue sea. How will he manage these issues and everything? Remember this thing, this pause that we're talking about is just 2 weeks while negotiation starts. And at the same time again, even though Iran don't believe the negotiation, you understand? Because Iran don't believe that, they just want to also buy time to go restock. You understand? The whole of the Middle East there, among all those Saudi Arabia and everything, they don't allow people to video anything. The same thing with Israel. They catch you, video, leak anything, you are in trouble, which means Iran is really dealing with them very well. We don't get to see all those things. You understand? So there's a whole lot. And Iran understand that if these people go and take break, they just want to go restock and everything. That is one. Then Saudi Arabia is scared. Then the biggest myth of all that they are using against Trump now is Israel. Israel have gas. Now, what is that? Their gas company, Letovite, something like that. I didn't pronounce the name very well. Something Letovite, something like that. So Israel really wants Iran to bomb Qatar, their LNG. Israel will be happy for Iran to also lose their gas so that Israel will be number 1 when it comes to gas. All Israel think is evil. Nothing good come from them. You understand? So to Israel, and all this information that is coming out, you must understand that Israel is losing the battle strongly with young people in America. Yeah, old people will buy all this nonsense with Fox and the CNN and the likes. You understand? But with social media, all this information is coming out. And people are saying, really, really, really. So it's just hard to manage. No matter how you want to do anything, if you want to put boot on ground, any excuse you will give with boot on ground and every other thing, they'll ask, say, will Israel also put a boot on ground? You understand? If you don't put boot, the only thing that you threaten is exactly what Trump just did. You understand? I'm going to nuke your power supply. I'm going to nuke this. I'm going to nuke that and every other thing. Problem. Then China that is not even talking. China now started talking a little bit. Pakistan even talk that the way Israel is going, if Israel attempts to use their nuke, China said they're going to use their nuke, they're going to use their nuke on Israel. Pakistan said the same thing. So voices that is not talking have started talking. So the whole thing is very, very complex and everything. All some people is telling Trump, take the win and walk away. You understand? At the end of the day, you do PRO. You use the media to do PRO. Just like what they are doing now, unclassified, they bomb here, unclassified, they bomb here. Then you go use the media to do PRO. You understand? You do PRO and everything. But Israel, why America have their strategy? Israel's own strategy is that they want Iran to lose a lot. You understand? They want to make Iran look like Libya, that they will never, ever get back on their feet again. You understand? They want them to lose so much, lose their infrastructure, lose so many things. So it's a whole complex issue, the way Israel is taking it and the way Trump is taking it. And Trump being who he is, being that bully, and have a whole lot of sellout and everything. So these are the things some people now is telling Trump that if you can take your time to fire Pambondi, if you can take your time to fire Christian Noon, all these Israelis people that are all over you that didn't vote for you 2016, kick them around you. You don't need these people around you so that you can think straight. So a whole lot is going on. A whole lot is going on. That's what I would say.
Do you think that if Trump, let's say this war happens now, Trump stops it, and Iran agrees to give up their uranium and not enrich uranium within Iran, and they carry on with their nuclear program, ballistic missiles, do you think Americans will forgive Trump in November towards the election? Because by May they would have stopped everything.
Good question. You must understand what MBS has been doing, coming to America, trying to talk to Trump and everything. They are asking for their own, they want to also build their own nuclear weapon. You understand? Because they know Israel is coming for all of them. They know. Israel has not even finished this war. They already prepared for Turkey down. A NATO member. They know Israel is coming. So Saudi Arabia is asking. So remember, Iran had the knowledge. That's why they threatened to bomb what's that university? I forget the university name. They are threatening all those things. Iran don't have problem to release those uranium. Iran don't have any problem because the real one that they have is in their brain. They now have the knowledge. They have the everything. They can always get it back. You understand? They can always get it back. And it's just a matter of time. The next 30, 50 years from now, everybody going to have it.
But do you think they will forgive Trump by November?
Oh, by November? No, Trump don't even need TB Joshua to prophesy that one. Trump already knows that. He's losing heavily. You don't need a soothsayer for that one.
Paul, put money where your mouth dey. Make we bet. Make we bet. Republican no go win midterm.
Republican will lose midterm now. They will lose midterm heavily.
Put money where your mouth dey. I'm down.
This type of betting I like, however, I will bet you $1,000 to your $100. That's how confident I am.
Okay, deal.
Yeah.
Democrats will win now. Come on, why would you bet against them?
I will add 1,000 to
I tell you, I say we are in
so to be 2,000 against your $100.
$100. Your week $100.
Okay. Commission. Anybody that win, my own is 25 commission.
That's the right way. That's the right way to do it. Let them give you a cut. Okay, I think it's going to be interesting because I think because of what Trump did with Maduro, took out the Khomeini, decimated Iran to an extent. He did decimate Iran to an extent. And if they go and sign a deal that takes the uranium away from them, and all this is wrapped up, let's say sometime around May, June, I can see a situation whereby instead of
share a link, please. Somebody else has
somebody wants to come in. Okay, I can see a situation whereby instead of Democrats gaining the Senate too, Republicans might hold on to the Senate, but they will still lose the House. In other words, the Republicans will recover a little bit because the war didn't go on very long. It's not long enough.
Might give you another scenario.
There's no soldiers on the ground. So
let me give you another scenario. This war will continue. It will even continue past Iran because Trump is running 2028. So the war will continue even beyond 2028.
Okay, those stars.
This I'm not smiling.
If Iran refuse to give the uranium, what do you think will happen? The only way they can get it is to put both on ground, which means American soldiers are going to die.
Wait, because that's a Trump will run.
That's how they lose more. You understand? You can't threaten with you want to blow.
They can't go on the ground. It's too dangerous on the ground.
How do you get it? You understand? This thing, they are hiding this thing heavily. The only way you can get it, and America has the highest gangster in the world that you can think of. They know where this thing is, but go get it. You understand? You must put boots on ground.
See, that's why it's not good to go to all this Shakara war. Because if you go to all this Shakara war where nobody beats you, you start the war. Every one man you lose, you pay a price for it. That's why America cannot afford to lose soldiers. Normally, you can lose thousands of soldiers. That's how wars are. But because of this Shakara war, nobody.
Father, the Nigerian politics again. You know when Trump closed work, Trump watched Tinubu be praying every day. God, how can I have power like Tinubu? You understand? Then the Nigerian aspect of the politics again. Trump fire black generals, fire women, play those type of politics. So the military themselves too, they are not really happy. Their body language is not really there. Like that. So
they would have been willing to sacrifice soldiers to go and get the uranium, but now they don't because they don't want to. Like you said, some of them are not even happy with him.
Paul, say now because there's a Trump go run again, I may gonna dismiss me.
leave that one.
Make I give you evidence. Can I back my evidence up? Trump was sworn in January. To Nigeria, hear this.
No.
Trump was sworn in. Hold on.
I built this thing. You come with something that nobody understands. We can't catch up with you. Maybe we 2030.
No. See, hold on now. Nobody look for evidence. I won't tell you the evidence why I get when I see Trump go run again. I'm not just bullshitting. Right? Trump was sworn in January 20th. 3 days later, Andy Ogley, a senator from Kentucky, actually introduced a bill for him to rerun again. So very soon, the conversation will start. So I'm not just saying from my heart or from abstracting. There is a bill right now on the Senate floor for that. And the reason they are giving, make I tell you what the bill is about.
Obama will run for a third time to forget it.
No. Let me tell you the reason. This is what the bill is about. The reason they are giving is that any president who did not run for 2 terms consecutively, right, stand a chance to run again consecutively in the future.
But
and only Trump don't qualify.
Okay, but you understand politics more than this. That you know that Trump threatened a lot of Republicans. Anybody go contrary, Trump will threaten to primary you. Do you think these Republicans themselves want Trump to last long? Trump is not working for them. Trump is treating them like a puppet. That's the thing.
Paul,
it's different from Nigeria that Tinubu is giving them money.
No, Paul. No, we are in a different time. We are in a different time.
Hold on. Let me bring in Jide. Jide has been quiet. It's like you are frozen.
No, there is a new guy too.
I will bring your Kwachi in, but Jide hasn't said anything for ages now. Jide, what do you make of the 10-point plan, man? I feel like that's like backhand slap they just give. It's like Trump. I didn't see Trump accepting something like that with his pride.
Yeah, Iran did a very good job. They did a fantastic job by not conceding to any of their proposal to end the war, because what Iran wants is not a ceasefire. They want a permanent end to this crisis. So clearly, they're not messing around. So that 10-point plan is sending a signal that we are not conceding. We are serious here. We're not playing games. It's either you actually come to our terms and be willing to compromise, or nothing. That's number one. Number two is that I've always said it on this program, on this platform, that Europeans, these Europeans, when you negotiate with them, that's when they are more dangerous. In fact, they would be negotiating with you and still be carrying out violence against you. And that was what they did to Iran, clearly. That was what they did. During the negotiation in Oman, you can see that was when they started this war. So they are very dangerous when you are negotiating with them. They are the most dangerous. Look at how long Syria negotiated with the US empire and Israel and all of them. Look at how long. Yeah. Look at what happened to Bashar al-Assad. Look at what happened.
That's what Iran should be careful about, because
exactly.
Look at ceasefire.
Libya too.
The same thing with Libya under Gaddafi. Gaddafi accepted them.
Gaddafi accepted all the terms.
All the terms, yes.
That's a very fair point, because Hezbollah had a ceasefire with Israel, and Israel violated it more than 10,000 times since the last.
So what they're about to, so this is
like they were just like doing anyhow. Let's watch what are they violated this time anyway. That would be.
So this is the strategy of this evil deranged empire. So these are the things. When they are losing a war that they didn't plan for, when they are losing that war, the only thing they can do is let's put a ceasefire. Let's do a temporary ceasefire. Let's negotiate. When they are doing that negotiation, they are rearming, they are re-strategizing. They are rearming, they are re-strategizing, they are pulling resources together. That's what they are trying to even do with Russia.
They did that to Hamas multiple times.
Exactly. They did that with Hamas multiple times. They killed all their leaders.
Yeah.
You see,
they will negotiate, then come back again, negotiate, then you reach a ceasefire, then come back again. This is the name of the game. And Iran better be careful.
Yeah, but the good thing is that these points that they've laid out, as they've made these points, they themselves should be preparing for more war. Because if they let their guards down and they're negotiating, I'm telling you, that's where they may actually lose this war. So they have to be very smart and not keep their guards down at this point, because they have so much advantage now. The world is on their side. They have all the leverage right now. They have the advantage right now. So they should not let their guards down like in Syria.
I don't think they will, because these people lost their top leadership, lost their Khomeini. They lost too many people for them
because
to lose.
Pakistan, that country, I don't trust that country.
If I was them, I would never forget. I will never forget what America did.
Because honestly, I would even like if that proposal, I would like it that, because Russia already has some people they have some connection with Israel, right? It would have made sense if this negotiation is going to carry out in Russia, because Russia is not a vassal state of the US empire. But why Pakistan? This is what I'm saying. Pakistan is a vassal state.
No, Jide, look Pakistan from the place of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia keep giving them money. And Pakistan with Saudi Arabia have a military treaty. So which means Pakistan is supposed to join Saudi Arabia to fight Iran. And Iran and Pakistan, they have good relationship. So it's hard for Saudi Arabia, for Pakistan, because they're going to lose where they get this free money. Saudi Arabia help them, give them jobs, give them money, help them in terms of bailouts. They borrow this money like they borrow in World Bank, never pay back, and every other thing. And the price of gas in Pakistan is tough. Even though their electricity now, as of today, they start rationing electricity in Pakistan. So it's hitting Pakistan in a very hard place. So for their own survival, that is what they are doing now. It's not for anything. It's not for the puppet of even US, because they also don't even trust Trump very well.
What you said was very reasonable. Honestly, I want to respond.
To support your point. What Jide is saying, Paul, is that even if Pakistan is doing this thing in good faith, there's every possibility that inside the dark room, somebody, whether it's Saudi Arabia or America, can twist Pakistan to come and do something that would hurt Iran's interest.
In addition to what Pastor said, we should not forget the Sunni. AI will better know what I'm to talk about. We should not underplay the Sunni Shia madness. We should not underplay it. The Sunni Shia madness. Those Sunni, those Pakistani and Saudis, they don't like, well, they have some relationship with Iran, but they have this animosity towards Shiites. So I suspect,
my thinking is that don't believe that. My thinking is that the Pakistanis are generally closer to Iranians than Saudis. Like in terms of proximity is one, and secondly, blood ties, whatever you want to call it. And before now, I actually thought Pakistan was more of an ally to Iran than even Saudi Arabia.
No.
Pakistan,
the kind of, like, I agree with what Paul said and what you said. It comes from maybe like an historical, ancestral connection. But in terms of political connection, Pakistan has a very rich history with the US empire. Pakistan has always been the bulldog of the US empire, if you know what I mean. They have been the bulldog of the US empire. So Pakistan should not be a country that Iran
intermittently is up and down. They have been up and down. They didn't even get
no. Actually, the major reason Pakistan they kind of like get closer to US is because of India. They use that to checkmate India. Actually,
it's always up and down. The relationship. It's always like that.
Let me give you.
I mean, to be fair, if Imran Khan was the one in power, if Imran Khan was the one in power, I would have been more confident that Pakistan will not sell out Iran. But the people that are in power now, no, I don't.
Sharif that's
Jide, all Pakistan be like Nigerian politicians.
Let me bring the prince in. You know, I think the prince came in because he heard that Democrats are about to win an election that they've never won for ages. So what?
Who told you? That's not. That's not why I'm there. The only reason why I'm here is
he want to console MAGA.
I wanted to ask for that voted for G10 how far, how market, and then Canada is on the comment section. Come on this platform. Come on.
Look. If you don't support this war, and Kamala Harris is fighting war, then you are an hypocrite. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's just the same of the same. And I said it here again today with my assertion.
Well, can I talk? Go ahead. There was no way Kamala Harris was gonna go to war. So all those lies that you guys have been told, thank God, is unfolding. Shame on MAGA. I pity. Even look at the people they're about to send to war. They are taking their spouses away from them. As we go and wait in Marine stuff and take their spouses and their fathers. Shame on MAGA.
Wow, shame
I don't know.
Okay.
It's okay.
Let's hope now. You see, MAGA may be shaming themselves, but Democrats have not covered themselves in glory. They're just sitting there quietly, waiting to just get the vote.
Because they are sellouts. Democrats, they are sellouts. Completely sellouts.
They are quite awful, but compared to
Father, my allegiance to Democrats since I started voting in the US, you understand, is 90%. And 10% is independent. But what I saw the way Democrat, and even up till now, people still criticize Democrat more because of their leadership. You understand? Their leadership. Go look, Democrat leader. Go look, he's gonna go down. And everything. So Democrats are sellout. That's why they are not criticizing. From their leadership, are you seeing them say anything, fighting Trump with what is to gain more votes? Because they also support it. They also support it.
They no be sell out.
They are part of it. Accomplice.
The system have a way in changing them. If you go back 50 years ago, now Democrat did the position where Republican did now.
So you have to understand. I'm talking to Prince Akwache, who think that Democrat might be the father. The Republican might be the Boko Haram. I talk to Prince Akwache. Talk to.
So you are saying American society they very dynamic. There's so many twists and turns.
Let's ask Prince what he thinks about the 10-point plan Iran gave to Trump. What do you make of the 10-point plan? Do you see it as a victory?
Prince, they say no far from Iran.
No, I think it's
far from Iran.
Don't let that guy feel.
California is close to Iran.
Don't let that feel.
We already
when the war starts.
Can we let him answer?
Okay. If you listen before the elections, I said it here. He's a con man. Okay. All those things he's doing is just I don't get it. You know, people are just so blind to think that man was a savior or that man is a Christian. Shit.
No.
Oh my God.
Okwachi, you have to take responsibility. See, that what you are saying is true, perfectly
true.
What? But that the guy was a con man, and they saw that he was a con man. They saw that this guy was grabbing ladies by. They saw it all. But they say, you know what? Instead of that Kamala, I prefer this con man. That should tell you something.
You are poor people. No, how can you become a
It's just those people who have what I would call, the fear of women, that have that phobia, okay, and all that kind of a thing. At the end of the day, the thing is, I'm not gonna stand here to boast, but look, just wait for November. Wait for November. You will see. Okay, we'll all be here. You will see already. Democrats have already gained 60 seats in Senate, in the state Senates. 60 seats. You understand? So let's wait until November. We'll see. We'll see. For me, I don't brag. I mean, my own thing is.
It's not because people love them, though. They are quite Prince. It's not because people love Democrats. It's because they don't.
No, it's not because they can't stand this man. They can't stand this man and his life.
Yeah.
He said on the first day that the prices are gonna go down. What happened? Nowhere. The prices are even higher than than whatever.
Okay, but I asked about the war. Though. What do you make about the war itself that they went to? I know you probably won't support it because it's Trump.
I did it from the first day. I didn't like the war. I've never liked the war because for me, I mean, him taking out Ayatollah or whatever it is, I said it here. I said, it's not that I support, Iran. I don't support Iran in some of the things that they do, especially when I heard that they've been arming all these terrorists or whatever that they arm. But almost all these countries do all that. Even Turkey does that too. They also arm all these terrorists and all that stuff. So, but my own thing is, how can we from nowhere just go and take out somebody, one person? You have to use that kind of bomb because of one person and some few persons. That's a waste of money. If you know how much one of these bombs that they've been throwing costs, and things are skyrocketing, but we're not gonna complain. We're watching. All I know.
Let me ask you though. I agree with you.
Look at. Do you know that he sent JD Vance to go to Hungary to go and campaign for the Orban or whatever they call that one. That one that is gonna lose. He's gonna lose. Big time.
Like the way Biden said no man go Ukraine.
Victor Orban has been there for 16 years though.
Please, I want to ask you another question. Please, let me ask you another question. So you don't support Trump going to Iran? Do you support him coming to Nigeria? You don't support Trump coming to Nigeria?
I mean,
God bless you. I like that question. I like that question.
Okay, for Nigeria's own, right? For Nigeria's own. I don't want him. The person. Wait. The person I need him to go to. I need him to go to Arsenal. That's where I need. And it's not bomb. Let them go and kidnap that dude out of that place.
So, Tunanja, you see the difference between religion. The difference between religion and where in Ethic City belong, Abi. America will say no. But when it comes to Nigeria, I go and bomb Nigeria. You see how?
No. They should give him a Venezuela treatment. Don't bomb. Just go to Aso Rock and kidnap.
But Tinubu is not the terrorist now, so you are a terrorist sympathizer in Nigeria.
But the terrorists are around him. They are all around him, and he knows them. He knows that.
I see. Okay,
It's not me saying. Gumi said that the government knows every terrorist by name and their location. Gumi said it. And the government have not come out to debunk it. Okay? So they know that. You said what?
But the point I'm making is that I said so does America, and America knows that too. But my point is that I think to an extent you are more consistent. I accept that because you didn't say, "Oh, Trump should go and bomb Nigeria."
No. I don't support bombing. God just go kidnap him, because in bombing, innocent souls are gonna die. Look at these school children that died.
You support American troops in Nigeria?
For me, or for them to have a base, or what?
They are in Nigeria now saying they are.
No. I don't support it. I don't support the base. But if it's for them to go and help to take out all those terrorists, please, they should do.
I don't support them helping.
But I don't support the base.
I don't support them help us. I don't support them helping us. It's going to drag for too long. It's going to drag for too long. I don't support them.
But they can train them. They can train them, and
No. Let them not train. If they train and they don't sell weapons, they are not there. They are there to do. Look, America has the strongest military in the world. We all know this. But one question that we don't ask ourselves very well: this America that has the strongest military in the world. Remember, American military don't produce all these weapons. It is private sector that produce all these weapons. These people cause confusion every other place to sell these things. American technology today that sell around the world today is just military hardware. Tell me another American thing. You understand? It's just military hardware. We don't need them around us. We can solve our problem ourselves.
Yeah, but Prince, this is another example. Now, Iran has been bombed now for how many weeks now, and they are still there. People think that they can come and bomb terrorists in Nigeria and get rid of our terrorists. It's never happened before. America has never managed to bomb terrorists out of existence. So, if anything, it's gotten worse in Nigeria since they arrived. So
it's like Russia. It's like Russia thinking that they're gonna defeat Ukraine just like that. Have they succeeded? No, they've not.
Exactly. See, so when you're fighting asymmetric warfare, it's very, very hard to win. Okay, let me give you one other example.
Of course.
The Nigerian security system, they already know they don't need training. It's because terrorists don't show up in the cities as much. The fact that they don't show up in cities in Nigeria shows you that
They've started coming now. They've started coming very soon. You see them in the main city. It's a gradual thing. I'm telling you,
it's going to be suicide bombing where they cannot stay there. Not like when they go to villages, they spend 10 hours there. They just spend. Some of them will just stay there eating and do whatever they like. But cities is suicide bombing because they know within minutes security forces will be there on them and they will not escape. That's to show you that even Nigerian police can function. That's why. But the problem is that they are not in the outskirts.
The Nigerian tactic or strategy is the worst because we are depending on defend and defending and all that kind of a thing instead of going to them. They know where they are. They know the locations in the bushes they are in. They should go there and attack them.
If you go inside the bush,
and take them out.
If you go inside the bush, who's going to protect the city? You don't have enough men. That's the problem.
The ones that are following a politician up and down, is that the one you want? Okay. All right, let them defend the city. We are waiting. We are waiting.
You should recruit more people. That's the solution.
Nigeria is a joke.
I know your own is gonna cost to recruit. I know your own. Okay, look at the people they recruited for forest guard. Look at the people they recruited for forest guard. They just fire them up and down. They are just killing them up and down.
Because they didn't give them weapons. No, they didn't give them weapons. They didn't give them weapons. No, they didn't give them. They didn't give them weapons.
And the thing is not that the budget, they don't have money. The military gets the highest share in budget. But guess what? Corruption. You see generals building houses, buying houses in Dubai and other places.
Prince Akwashi, the general who buy a house in Dubai didn't even steal much. It is the politician. Something that late Tony Anene said when Obasanjo attacked Tony Anene that I budget 300 billion for road. Where is the road? And Anene said, Mr. President, it's true. He said, money approved is not money released. Obasanjo didn't say anything. So they might tell you all these things. This politician, didn't you hear our health sector that they give the only 36 million? So they might approve all this billion and just give this general money, say, go chop, go take and go chop your life, go enjoy your life. That one will use it to buy a house and send his kid to UK and US for schooling. That's just it. Our biggest problem is politicians.
Doctors are on strike. They've gone on strike.
Yeah. Our biggest problem is politicians.
Gentlemen, sorry, how are we sure? To Nigeria, how are we sure?
Hold on now. Come on, man. Ovie, gentleman. You are a gentleman. See, we have to close out. Thank God. We should be thanking God that Trump didn't fulfill his dreams of destroying his civilization. Because this would have been a very, very long conversation. Thank God he didn't do that, and I thank God
he would have gone to prison. He would have gone to prison if he did that. When they impeach him, he would go to prison. I think that's one of the things he's scared of.
Those Democrats that are cowards, they will just all of them will run inside.
Where will they? Where Supreme Court pass? Where Supreme Court tells if any sitting president can do and undo, and he will not be held liable after I come up with office.
So we need to be
now because your brother will do that black one, Thomas.
They did it under Biden. They did it under Biden. That was before Trump came to power.
Because Thomas now.
Thank you, gentlemen. I will give I don't know his name. Okay, Boom Ray. Some time to explain, make sense of what happened today and support the diaspora voting. Yeah, we have to give support the diaspora voting some, credit for some of the availability it has. Whenever you need something done in Nigeria, in UK for like somebody comes to UK, dignitary show up, or you need somebody to go and protest or something, it's always there for us here in the UK. So I really appreciate we really appreciate you for that. Support the diaspora voting, the local P. So
local P. Are you saying you collect 500 for Tinubu for City Boy?
Yeah, no, he's really. I've seen the way whenever they ask him for anything to do, he's always ready to do that. I don't know how he does that because I'm in UK with him. I don't know where he gets the time. And the same for Maska. Maska is a brilliant mind.
Okoli, I come Britain. I need 12 strippers.
Calm down. I think we've corrupted Maska. Corrupted Maska a little bit. So I don't know.
You are something else.
I mean British.
let me bring support diaspora voting and Boom Ray. So Boom Ray, you came first. So what do you make of it? Because we're going to be rounding up in the 3-hour mark. That's the requirement. So what do you make of the events this evening? It could have been very different.
What's up, guys? Yeah, I don't think, listen, I think y'all should still be circumspect. Nothing is written in sand yet. Anything could still happen. And for the person saying Trump would go to jail if he was to use, say, a nuke, at this point, I don't think these guys care. They are insane. They have a objective they wish to achieve, and that is the destruction of Iran. Now, that might not necessarily be that might not necessarily be coming from Trump wholeheartedly, but I believe because he has his back to the wall, he's being blackmailed. I think he's still a very dangerous character. So don't believe at this point any ceasefire. Don't believe at this point any supposed ceasefire that has allegedly been signed, because as we know, at least twice in the past,
Iran has reached agreements with the United States or was on the way to reach agreements with the United States, and the United States, in conjunction with Israel, turned around and violated the agreements. So when you look at it from that angle, you would understand that the United States, at least this administration, does not deal in good faith. I would say, at the very least, don't be shocked if the nuclear power plants get hit. Don't be shocked if the desalination plants of Iran get hit. You have to look at it. There was something I wrote in the comments section, and I don't know if the other guy read it and tried to pick it up. Listen, in the last hour, I'd say in the last 2 hours now, over an hour ago, 15 planes in quick succession left Ben Gurion. You remember, people have been tracking this.
15 planes. How do you
15
mean?
planes.
What does that mean?
15 planes, 15 private planes left Ben Gurion Airport. This is very notable because since early March, Israel instituted a 1 plane per hour policy to leave its airspace. So for 15 planes to leave in quick succession, and not only that, between 6 and 12 B-2s have been hovering over Tel Aviv for the last 4 to 5 hours. So these are things people have been monitoring. They've been tracking this plane. So for those to be happening, my suspicion is that barring any last minute decisions, the United States still has something planned. This is what I believe. Now,
that is interesting.
Yeah, so you can check it out. So now, knowing these things, and you have to remember, Trump in his senility thinks he's smart. So he does this thing where he'll pretend like he wants to do one thing, then he does something entirely different that's very crude. So if a ceasefire is going to hold in effect, I would say hold your breath. Everything you're seeing, don't be jubilant. Take it with a pinch of salt, and let's see what happens within the next 2 weeks. Because personally, I also think even if there was a ceasefire agreement between the United States and Iran, America somehow will find a way to breach it. The only reason the United States wants a ceasefire is because they are running low on ammo. Everybody knows this. They're running low on ammo. They had to take one of the carriers to Cyprus, then to Diego Garcia. It's hard to transport weapons and men to the Persian Gulf. They've run out. Israel, right now, everybody knows Israel has only 2 days of interceptors left. Period. The next 24 to 48 hours, they cooked. So a stoppage only allows America to go reinforce, come back. And of course, you have to remember the damage they took, the United States took recently when they supposedly went and rescued the airmen when the F-15s and the F-35s were down. And they had to destroy those C-130s and the little birds that came in to extricate the remaining soldiers, which I believe they haven't told us the whole story. So for now, I'll say everybody wait with bated breath. You're dealing with some monsters. You're dealing with some insane people. Let's see what happens within the next 72 hours. Now, moving.
You may have a point. It could just be this is a kind of ruse to kind of because whatever they have planned is not in place yet.
Yeah, everybody's right now everybody's moving into position, even the Iranians, everybody, people that usually do this tracking on these channels on Signal and on Telegram, usually watch everything. The Iranians themselves are also getting into position for something really big. So we don't know what's going to happen. Maybe cooler heads might prevail.
Somebody argued that Israel might use this opportunity to announce itself as a nuclear power by using a tactical nuclear weapons in the battlefield with Iran. And that is strong. This person seems to be almost confident this is likely to happen. But there's also reports that the Chinese and the Pakistanis warned Israel against that if they do anything like that, the Israel will be targeted. And I'm sure Israel knows that. If anybody's going to use nuclear weapons, it's going to be the US. That's my suspicion.
No, if anybody's going to use nuclear weapons, I've said it from day one, even before there was a war. Since I came on this channel and people would insult me over a year ago, the only country crazy enough that everybody has always known is very liable to use a nuclear weapon is the state of Israel. Everybody else is very cautious. They know the implications of using a nuclear weapon. They know the implications to civilization. They know the implications to mankind. But the only people that have never cared are the Israelis. And if anybody's going to...
What do you think will happen when they do it? Do you think the Chinese and the Pakistanis will act?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Because I don't think anybody's really prepared for the mutually assured destruction that's going to follow. I don't think the world wants to see it. So that might make Israel get away with it by contaminating that area. Because think about it, if America was to, because a nuclear weapon is not like you're just going to use it and the air is just going to clear like a grenade. You're going to contaminate that area with the kind of nuclear weapons they've been testing in places like Vieques in the last 15, 20 years. You're going to contaminate that area probably close to a millennia. Yeah. It's not going to be the kind that was using. It's going to be unlivable. You're going to just completely destroy that area. So now imagine if everybody decides to start shooting it, the whole earth is gone. But Israel might very well get away with it. But then, like I always say something, who knows the direction a nuclear wind is going to blow? You might set it off in Iran and it blows towards Israel. You know what I mean? So I don't think it. First of all, I want to know who were on those planes. Where is Netanyahu right now? Where is Simon Giver? Where is Naftali Bennett? All these people. If I can know where they are, Banner, all of them, then I can say, okay, this might be the next move. But for now, it's just up in the air. And anyway, moving on from that, Nigeria needs to be pretty careful. Nigeria is falling into sectarian violence. And for all intents and purposes, right now, Nigeria is in a civil war. Why do I say that? Military, civil militias have started forming in the plateau area of Nigeria. I don't know if you've seen the videos circling around where hundreds of men were firing locally made guns, training. I don't know what they think they're going to do against Boko Haram with their sophisticated machinery, but this is what is going on in Nigeria right now. And
yeah, mark my words, that thing has been going on for a long time. I didn't know it existed until I worked with somebody that was from there, and he said they've been doing it. You know, this one you're talking about is Plateau, but I'm talking about the one going on in the Benue, the thief fighting
the platoon just started.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
the Benue has been going on for a long time.
When you have a situation where locals, ordinary civilians are arming themselves, they don't have any trust in the federal government anymore, that is a recipe for disaster. So the Nigerian authorities really need to get on their toes, disarm those people, figure out how to secure that area, or somehow integrate them into some form of government-controlled militia. Because what is happening right now is very easy, could easily spiral out of control. And don't be shocked. Don't be shocked when you start seeing those civilians with more sophisticated weapons, because the outside bodies are watching. And with Nigeria's porous borders, the next thing they're going to start doing is arming people. And when you start arming foreign bodies, start arming them, you start having gangs and you start having rebel groups. And from there, it's over, you know. So
this is the negligence of the government now. The government is neglecting the country and allowing it to, fall into this disrepair. I'm thank goodness that many parts of Nigeria is not experiencing this. We forget that, quite a lot of parts of Nigeria don't have all these problems. Thank goodness for that. And I just wish this our government actually moves. But if they don't move, I'm doing my
But
work.
it'll easily spread. That's the problem, because what people are doing now, it's moving from an ethnic coloration to being having a sectarian religious division. So people now are moving based on their creed, or ganging up, or forming groups based on their religious beliefs, which I think is even more dangerous than people forming groups based on familial connections, aka tribal or ethnic connections. It's easy. It'll easily conflagrate. And the Nigerian authority has to forget about whose ox is gored and start stamping down on hateful talk, hateful rhetoric based on religion. They need to start it ASAP. Because I don't know if you've seen the results, you've seen the report after, I think, after those people got killed. I think it was in Benue or Plateau. What the civilians did was they started standing on the highways too and asking people what religion they were. And if you were Muslim, they got killed. So this is becoming crazier, and the Nigerian authorities really need to step up.
Yeah, and I think it will be contained in terms. That's what they are good at doing. They are good at containing it, but not solving the problem. This is the state they've kept Nigeria for a long time. The pattern repeats itself over. You will get to see it. I've witnessed it now for the last 4 years. The pattern that Nigeria seems to be operating in, they try to, when stuff want to go out of control, they put it back in place, but they don't do anything spectacular to change our fate. But I must say, this Dangote refinery is really, really making a difference for Nigeria in terms of influence on the continent. It's not helping with petrol price. So from what I got, petrol price is going, Masca can testify to that. Petrol price is going up in Nigeria like crazy. So it's not helping us from that point of view. But in terms of,
no, but Dangote is also threatening to start only exporting his goods. He's saying from, I think, next week, if the government does not acquiesce to his demands for more unrefined petroleum, all he's going to, and because they approved 15 import licenses for petroleum products.
Nigerian government now.
So he's saying if they don't, if they keep it up, he's going to just only export to Europe and Asia and the local market.
He's exporting to a lot of African countries. He's exporting to South Africa, Ghana. He's exporting to a lot of African countries now.
Mm-hmm.
The thing, last year they said the demand for the foreign currency came down significantly because the federal government pulled a lot of licenses away. Now they are beginning to open it up again now.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed that the Nigerian Naira actually got stronger When I tried to send money to Nigeria recently, it got stronger. So these are the kind of things that Dangote Refinery was helping to do, but
elections is coming. They got to figure out a way to skim from the top. Elections is coming.
Wow.
So.
Wow.
Yep.
Thank you for coming and support the diaspora voting. What do you make of the events of the day? And like as always, Boom Boom Ray, when I was beginning to feel happy that this was a good, at least for 2 weeks. Now it's making me feel like this is not over. What do you make of what is happening? What Trump threatened Iran with?
Well, hello guys. Sorry to not to follow the trends that you expect me to follow, because I'll say for a start, to hell with all the parties involved. What I'm supposed to be concerned with is my own country. Yeah. Like I said, if I don't give a F about you, why should you give a F about me? So if those countries don't give a F about us, why should we give an F about them? And I can bet you, at least to some extent, that I guess probably we are the only, country who is down, as in whose economy is dwindling drastically. That even that you have their youth sitting down here to discuss about America all the time, Ukraine all the time, Iran war, Israel, whatever. And it's just so painful that even if I thought you have any youth or kind of young men of our age discussing about what is happening currently, I think they should be tailoring it, towards how it will benefit their country, whereby they will be active, not just discussing and just go to sleep and all that. Just the way we do it every week, week in, week out, we come discuss, trying to let the world know that, yeah, we know about world politics, we know too much about world politics, we can discuss world politics, and it ends there. None of us come together to like, okay, what is the take home? How do we implement what we've talked about, positively to affect our country or to bring our country out of where it is, diving to right now? Nothing. It's just like week in, week out. Yeah, discuss about this. That's so interesting to discuss about. At the end of the day, nothing is done. Nothing. Nobody's learned anything, or if at all, nobody's implementing anything. We just have the knowledge to discuss about it, and we're so happy. And just a couple of months ago, weeks ago, we saw South Africa, even because they were so, particular about South Africa first. They were even chasing out, Nigerians, particularly from the Southeast region, so like, just chase them out of this place, chase everybody out, because they're all about South Africans. And I don't think those people will be wasting their time more of talking about world politics every week and sitting at home. But you see them coming outside, demonstrating like, no, we have to make sure South Africa is for South Africans. They go to the hospitals, tell you, no, don't treat outsiders. The hospital is for South Africans. They go to the streets, close the shop. This is for South Africa, not for foreigners. But we that our country is even worse off than South Africa. We are just, everywhere you go to, I think it's just Nigeria anyway, go to, everybody discussing about the world politics and this and that, but no meaningful implementation has happened, over the past, couple of, months or years, so to speak, to like, oh, okay, what we've discussed about world politics, yeah, this group of people are coming together, they are saying that, okay, they want to use this knowledge or what they've discussed or what they've discovered to uplift Nigeria, from where it is falling to. But instead, no, what you heard in Nigeria these days, everybody's just talking about politics in Nigeria, even if I don't blame those that are in Nigeria, because they maybe one, they know no better, not all, because at least I think Masca know more. So I want to believe they are more like Masca in Nigeria. So, but for the majority who know no better, that they just, think of what to eat the next day, and they discuss all just politics, even if they don't have the goals to come out to do anything, because they're afraid of their life. But for we out here who are still, opportune, to taste outside life and how government is supposed to run to save its people. I mean, for the government to put its people first, no matter what. The two countries that we're discussing about, both of them, they put their people first, So, but for our country who don't put its people first, and we that happens to travel outside Nigeria, we'll be discussing about, world politics over time. You understand? And still not being able to come together and like, okay, look, what do we do now? Yeah, people might be doing things individually. I don't know about that, but nations are being run as a collective. I've seen other nations and other community, even in the UK, outside the UK, they come as a collective, try and do things, establish a community for themselves to help themselves and also to help to do something drastic back home. But yeah, in the UK that I know of, we don't come here as a collective. We're only doing individualism. The only time we come as a collective is when there's a party or something to celebrate about, where we can come up and show off our wealth, a better past my neighbor kind of lifestyle, drive your big cars. But when it comes to, hey, come together and as a community, and let's really, get involved, not just speak, because like they say, talk is cheap, man. Get involved, but over the years, we'll be talking in and out. I've not seen anything, They have not seen anything that has been done. People that try to speak with here, like, okay, what do we do? Come together, this and that. They'll tell me, they're always this, negative mind of, hope killers. It will not work. It will not work. Okay, mine will not work. Now, you bring yours. Bring your idea. Let's do something as a collective. Okay, my opinion will not work. My idea will not work. Bring your idea. Let's build it. Let's work on it. You have nothing to say. But the one that somebody is bringing, that is making an effort to bring, you say there's no hope, it's not going to work. So sometimes when people say like we as Nigerians or black people will like cause, sometimes I just like, is it true? And they say we are the first people on earth. And like, is it true? Other communities, I see them, they do things for themselves, they progress, they help one another, which some was anywhere, but Nigerians know. Even if you see them there, we don't even own anything. Like even in the UK, you see what we think is coming from Africa, like what we sell, what we use. You are surprised, like people from the Middle East are the ones selling what Nigerians consuming. Even in the US, Nigerians, black people don't even sell, like own what they consume. It's always other nationals, like maybe Indians or Arabs, selling what African consumes. Ours is just to consume. Try to spend the biggest money to flashy lifestyle, but we don't own anything, and I think that's why we are where we are. Individually, yeah, you might say people are successful building big houses and this and that, but we are suffering at the long run. Look at what okay, if this war is going on right now, as the war is going on right now, I mean, it's affecting the world. We should be talking about, okay, as we're talking about these world policies, okay, what do we take in these policies and try to, implement it back home to safeguard our country from having the effect of the war. But nothing's happening. What is happening later is politics, the insecurity, rubbish. Like what Bobo said, some people are taking arms right now to like, okay, start protecting themselves. Before you know, somebody from outside the country will, okay, oh, now I think this is an opportunity. Okay, you arm this side and you arm this side, and let them come, let them clash. But we are just here discussing about politics. If somebody now take that thing to that direction that Bobo just said, okay, let's cause chaos and destabilize our country. Okay, just the way it's happening in Sudan, that there's never-ending civil war. If the same thing has said to happen in Nigeria, okay, we have one Fulani group trying to do all this mayhem, they are subjugated. Okay, let's arm these other people in Jos and Benue. Let them start protecting themselves by defending themselves. Before you know, civil war now starts. Before you trust me, your country don't even care. Tinubu don't even care about you people. So the army generals in Nigeria, what they care about is how to make money from insecurity. So we'll be left with everybody try to, defend themselves, you for this and you for that. Before you know, civil war, nothing for everybody. So now that we have the opportunity, we in diaspora, like, look, because I'm looking at the future, we're not good. I don't know if anybody, I know I'm not going to be here forever. There will be a day I'll definitely want to go back home. But which home am I going to? Which home? A home of chaos if it continues like this. So if we don't want to see that kind of home, what do we do? Because it's enough, seen from people, maybe the generation before us. Because for me, if this generation that is in power right now, if they live there, I think our mates are supposed to be the ones that are to go in there next. You understand? So most of us will see no one or two. So Why not just try and let's do something? I've been saying this year out. Like this international police, I don't like to talk about it. It's not that it's not interesting, it's interesting, but it takes us nowhere. It takes us nowhere. We've been discussing this for years. What impact has it done in Nigeria? Nothing. We've not even said, okay, maybe this group is coming up now. This ideology from this kind of people is coming up. Okay, they are trying to synthesize the country to like, okay, how not to take bribe, how not to sell your vote. Nothing. We just talk. We believe everybody's hearing. Yeah, hear from one ear, go out to the other. We talk once a week here, yeah, or twice a week. But there's a situation that goes to Nigeria, that happens in Nigeria every day that even overwhelm what we're even talking about, in case they're even listening. You understand? So for me, it's just so terrible that in Nigerian, everybody's just, we're all victim and we are at fault. You know what is happening. So people try to escape. You know, go back and do something. Not for those who just came, but at least for those who have been here. I mean, what are you to lose? I mean, if you want to go back to a Nigeria that you think, you know, you want to be safe and have peace of mind, enjoy. Why not do something? Why not work for it? If you don't do, who's going to do it for you? The people that already have their mindset damaged already, that they don't believe. People that were even born during the time of Obasanjo, how old are they now? What do they think? Which are these current youth? They don't know anything. How good governance, what good governance is all about. They don't know. They've not tested it, and how many of them are even thinking about how life is supposed to be abroad, or so what government is supposed to do for the citizens abroad? They don't know. What they do is they hustle every day. They can't think outside what they live in. So they don't know. And so we that have managed to go outside, I mean, come on, we should be seen like trying to like give these people orientation. Because by the time we get old to go back, this will be the people that will be in control at that time. The next generation coming, they will be the ones in control at that time. By the time we are old, you know, go back to the country. So please, enough of all this every time Israel, whatever. Man, they are fighting the war and their country is still okay. But we that are not fighting war, our country is, you know, destroying every day. And we just keep quiet. I mean, come on, it's terrible, man. It's terrible. It's pathetic. We are like this. I don't know if something's wrong with us, but please, we should do better. Enough of all this discussion about other countries. We should be here talking about, look, whatever it is, start anything. Even if we don't believe in it, start. Just start. You understand? Mark Zuckerberg, where he is today, when he was graduating, he didn't foresee what Facebook is going to become today. He didn't say it, but he started something along the line. Other people started bringing idea. He started saying new things. You know, by the time you get to 2, you now start to see, oh, what you already seen when you were in 2, when you were in 1. I mean, 2 will take it to another level. Like, okay, let me just try this. So, but if we don't start, nothing will happen. So please, we should just start something. Just roll the dice. You never can tell where it will take us to. Other people might even see it and like, oh, get better idea than our own vision. You know, but start. This idea of just chilling back home, just enjoying your dollars or your pounds, and you think life is okay. Except you want to die in foreign land and you want your body to be buried or cremated. It's up to you. But for people like me that wants to go back home at old age, man, come on. I want to see a place where I'll go and have
Deal with this somewhat bizarre picture of a Japanese crab. This is.
Yes, sorry. So please. We should do better. I mean, enough of all this talk. Like the always say, people are listening. Nobody's listening shit, man. Everybody's hungry in Nigeria. Nobody's listening bullshit. You understand? They can only listen if we do something, we start something. Who get time for when you have people like Very Dark Man or Mr. CEO or Daddy Freeze pumping out their content every day. Now our own twice a week. Now they won't call listen to. Youths of boys and girls of you these days. Now what they won't call listen to. So please, we should act.
I hear what you're saying, and I'm sure the people are hearing you. And
please, I'm telling you, see that they're not listening to any bullshit, man. They're not listening to any bullshit. Every day,
they are listening.
The people politics, the state, all state government are doing. Okay, wait, we are talking about this every day. Now people who die for Jos and Benue, now we can't get time. Can't they load data to listen to what we talk about? Who for real or listen to about the world politics? Who cares? We are talking about what to eat the next day or how to save their life.
We are not discussing world politics. We are discussing world events as it relates to us. This is why
as it relates to us, but it relates to. That's why I say if we want to do anything like that, we should take whatever we learn from that what event And okay, it's how do we use this now to implement, uplift where we are right now in the country? You understand? So we have to do that action to act.
Because one of
You
the
can
things you
discuss,
will learn
but
from
they
it,
act. If
one
you
of the
discuss
things
and you just
you
discuss and
learn
go to bed,
from,
come back the next day and discuss.
yeah,
That's
to let you know that it's important, those things, as a matter of fact, it may even be more consequential, being able to understand the way the world works. Because if you look at Iran now, Iran is not entirely alone. It has supporters in the background supporting Iran today. So you look at it, and the same with all the other nations that emerged in the past. They always have supporters working in the background,
So
backing
let me
them
ask you one
and
question. Okay,
to do
see,
what they are doing.
if the world go gaga today now, just imagine like, okay, maybe the nuclear whatever trade they're doing and it happens and it affects us, yeah. Would the state, the condition Nigeria is right now, how do people survive all these things?
Depends on what happens. We might be more equipped to survive it than others, even in the
No, so what do
West.
you mean equipped as in how? When the leadership, the driver at the front seat is taking us to where we don't know. So what do
When
you
stuff ahead
survive?
is already the norm, extra stuff ahead, it may be a slight change for us, but for others may be significant.
Now,
As a matter
let
of
me tell
fact,
you, the only way forward, let me tell you, if anything happens, the only way that will happen that people will not be angry enough to come out and start fighting the government, but fighting the government with no structure, which is too late. Now that when there is war, that's the time you're not fighting your government to do something to help you,
now I hear what you are
to put
saying
you
there
to first.
because
Because now the
no,
world has gone gaga already. You will not be fighting your government because that is
For
the only
father, is it okay if I quickly answer that? Look up here, every piece, look up here, every piece of information helps. All right, so it doesn't necessarily. It could be one. Wait, hold on. Just stay with me. Stay with me.
Helps and do nothing about it.
Just try to stay with me. So every piece of information helps. It could be for as far as I know or what I believe, most of these channels viewers are mainly in the West. At least based on the statements of Dr. Damages that he goes out and people say, oh, I like this person, I don't like this person, or they ask him questions, right? So if something was to happen, a catastrophe in the world, maybe the people in Nigeria don't know what is coming, or maybe they don't know how to help themselves or save themselves if something was to happen. Well, it is not beyond the realms of possibility that someone could glean information that they got from a forum such as this to aid their people back home or wherever they are. See what I'm saying? So it's not entirely useless. You have to remember, no country lives in isolation. So they're saying we should ignore what happens in Iran or the Middle East. I don't think that makes. Hold on a second. I don't think that makes sense.
I think you heard what I said. I think you heard what I said, but you didn't understand.
Well, hold on. Let me just end what I'm saying. So I don't think dissuading people from discussing issues that could affect them directly or indirectly is a good idea. I don't think you should dissuade people. These are things that affect Nigeria. Dangote refinery, like we're talking about now, is saying, well, based on the war in the Middle East, I can make more of a profit if Nigeria still issues these licenses for imports of petroleum products. I could send them to Asia or I could send them to Europe.
Yeah. See, I for me, let me say this. I guess you understand what I said. I know you understand what I said, but where I was tailoring it to, that was where you didn't get it. I didn't say discussing is bad. Like I said, we're gonna discuss, but I want you to after discussing this, what we've discussed here, now we'll take this and put it into action in our country as regard where we are right now. Hence, I said, if the world go gaga today, you understand, Nigerians are not prepared for what is coming. Now that the country is in a bad shape, the only thing that will happen from that in Nigeria, will come up from Nigeria, is everybody will now become, maybe that this revolution will now start, whatever, because they will now be like, oh, government, please, we can't have this, we don't have water, we don't have food, no market is opening, this and that, poverty, everybody will not come out to fight at that time. And at that time, there's nothing the government can do because the world as this has already gone gaga. So what I'm saying, like, now that we have this idea, like you said, people that are listening to us, most people are from diaspora. Now that we have this idea about the world, like, okay, we should be saying, like, let's start do something in Nigeria quickly now, so that when, in case should anything happen that the world now goes gaga, before it gets to that time, Nigeria must have had something to build or have a direction to go, like, okay, this is what is happening. But now,
do something like
just
what?
living in denial of what's happening in the world. We are the ones that is following up. What do we do with this information that we have?
Okay, so you suggest something to do. Do something like what? What are your suggestions?
And look, if okay, I before now, I'll be talking about when I try to introduce diaspora voting, not because like voting is the only way forward. Once it's whereby people in diaspora should be involved in election participation, because I think if they can bribe those who are in Nigeria, I'm not saying they cannot bribe those who are here, because when Tinubu came, we saw people who went there to go and collect money, yeah, but at least the chances of them just bribing everybody, because we know we have large majority of Nigerians outside there, that if they vote, it's going to be difficult for at least the INEC to do something just as easy compared to with the people with only in Nigeria. You understand? Something like that. So that's why I say we should vote. But even if we don't want to see like diaspora voting, but we should be seen, speaking out, calling the embassy, the ambassador, like, look, this, we don't, but you should be seen speaking out. Okay, they sent somebody like what's it called, Femi Fani-Kayode to a place like Germany. Germany rejected the guy. You might surprise that it's maybe might be Nigerians who wrote, you understand, petition to the German, whatever, to like, no, this kind of person is this, we don't want kind of person here. It might be, you understand, because I was surprised, like, they are sending somebody, you're saying, no, we don't want you, go back. Why? They gave the reasons, because is he competent because of what he has said in the past, this and that. So it might be that with Nigerian Germans who live there, that wrote petition, whatever. So, but they did something. So, like I said, like, we too, we should be saying, like, coming vocal all the time, because so that this government.
Yeah, but okay, let me say something. Since it's something you're passionate. Yeah, I'll just end. Since it's something you're passionate about, I think it is incumbent on you to at least get the ball rolling. So you put something together, come up with a plan, and then you try to mobilize people, and that could be your project.
The only thing I'm doing, I'm not doing it because I can't gather you because you are somewhere or whatever. The only thing I can start is I'm doing with my community, as in where I am, friends, one or two persons that I meet maybe in clubs, in pubs, or whatever events. Like, I speak with all the time. You understand? And I'm not stopping. You understand? I get bashes to like, no, you're not Nigerian now. Guy, no go work, that one. No, they go vegan, no go work. Talk something else.
Then maybe you gotta re-strategize and reformulate your plan and make it something that people can relate to. It'll become more catchy, and then but you also have to remember it's going to be organic. So you're not going to get a lot of people. No, you're not going to get 10,000 people at the same time. You're going to get them bit by bit. So.
That's what I'm saying. Dude, that's why you do what we'll start something, even online. We'll start online, yeah. As in with that, you can start.
We can't just change the topic like this now. Support the
community.
You just
so boom, soon enough, you will see videos coming out.
Try to cheer for the time being. Because we are here to discuss a specific topic. I hear what you are saying, but maybe we should hold off for now. And I was supposed to be closing out.
You saw me disappear just now. Can I just quickly say something?
Yeah, I saw you disappear. Yeah, quickly, you and Femi need to say what they need to say, and so that we can round up. I was supposed
to finish because I'm going to run out again. I'm having real trouble with my phone, unfortunately.
Okay, go ahead.
I've been listening for about half an hour or so. Interesting enough, no doubt. But I didn't want to really disagree with Local P. I understand his frustration, but I don't think what he said is what to say. It's not what to say. You know, we Nigerians, I can't help but to say that we are stupid. We are a stupid bunch. We don't like learning from where there is to learn. The discussions that we have about global matters is nowhere, it's not even a tenth of what we discuss on this platform about Nigeria. It's not even a tenth. So where we go and say, why are we discussing about all these things? I find it very ignorant and I dislike it a lot. Because where we're supposed to learn, nobody on this platform has any solution for Nigeria. The solutions that I bring, I know that people don't like them at all. The solution I bring is for revolution. And the revolution doesn't have to be violent, but it could be. No one ain't ready for that. Nigerians aren't ready for no violence. Nigerians are weak-bellied. Their belly is weak. They're not tough, resourceful, fighting people. We're not. It should tell you that. That's why we have stupid people who are leading us to a stupid place. I don't like that kind of thinking. You see, I remember being at school. I have to tell personal stories. Being at school, there was and it was a private school, a very well-to-do school. There was a good niche of everybody, Europeans, Africans, Caribbeans, a couple of Americans, and Asians of all sorts. We had Iranians, Pakistanis, Indians. We had a couple of Japanese, not too many. We had everybody in the world. And from there, from my school, I was able to learn a lot about our global circumstance. There was not one thing that anyone in the school could beat Nigerians at. Not one thing, be it sports, be it the level of intelligence, be it math, science, or anything. But you saw where people were very focused. The Persians, fantastic people. I met a lot of them. I knew a lot of them. We bonded. Chinese, fantastic people. We bonded. The thing is with our Nigerian people, we don't know where to learn from. We learn from our stupidity. We don't learn from people who are actually doing things. When we have discussions about global matters, this is where we're supposed to be understanding and learning from. What Iran is doing, they have been doing that from 1972. And they've known that they've got a long way to go into turning their nation around. You can complain about their leadership, but the fact is their leadership is whether you like them or you don't like them, that's up to you. But the fact is, over the years, their leadership has been leading their country in such a specific way that it takes them away from the hegemony of Europe and America. We, stupid idiot Nigerians, we don't even know that we should be running away from the American and European elite. We don't even know it. What we do, look, I'm here in the UK. The next man is in America. These are our enemies. We're in the land of our enemies. We don't seem to understand. Yeah, we talk too much about everywhere. Why don't we talk about home? Why don't we talk about home every single day on this platform? Are you not satisfied? Where has it brought you? Where is talking about Nigeria brought you, Local P? I want to know. It's brought us nowhere. It's brought us into more stupidity. I'm not happy with that kind of talk. Iran right now is facing the world's most powerful military force, along with the world's most propagandist force in Israel. That's what they're doing. Could we spend half a minute, bruh? If America and Israel were on the back of Nigeria, we would be pocketed all over again. We'll be in their pockets because we haven't got a nous of the steps to take. We haven't. The thing that you're talking about in Nigeria is your own government doing it. It's your own government that's killing your people. Nobody else. Nobody else. Can you take out the government Are you even ready to pronounce that in your mind? We can talk about minutiae and this governor did this, that one did that, this religious factor. Bullshit. What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything because it's happening. I don't like the kind of speech that tells you that you shouldn't learn from other things that are happening in the world. I don't understand where you're coming from when you speak like that. I don't
Like I
understand
said,
where anybody comes from.
hold on, sorry. Like I
Wait,
said,
let me land. I'm already on zero. I've got my battery in, but it's not functioning very well. Anyway,
but you wear bad charger. Why use bad charger?
brother, I just wanted you to really understand that there is learning to be done, and our people are not doing it. All our people do is show off with their English. All our people do is to tell each other that I'm very knowledgeable. I know everything. It's all rubbish. Doesn't pronounce anything. Nobody's going to take any action about anything because why? We're weak, stupid Nigerians. I don't know. Unless you get that in your mind, you are never going to be able to move forward. Never. We've had.
Sorry, hold on. Before your battery,
Why are you
I think
asking me to hold on? Did I ask you? I heard everything you said, brother.
No.
Even though I wasn't
Hold
online,
on.
I heard
No, listen to
everything
me. I
you
know you
said.
heard. But probably, like I said, you didn't get the other part. Just like I was trying to explain to Bubumbre. Look, the other part of what I said is, what I mean, like discussing it is not really that bad. My own issue is like, what are we doing with it? The implementation of
No,
trying
brother.
to do something.
I don't believe.
That's what I'm saying. That is the other part of my argument.
Here.
So why is it? Because if we don't implement, discussing
Wait,
is like
hey.
it's like useless.
Okay, I heard you.
That's what I'm
But
talking
you
about.
see,
That's
when
the
we
other part. It's two
wait,
parts. Discussing it,
I've
yes,
heard
it's
you.
not that part, but implementing it with what is happening in Nigeria right now would do
I
something.
understand your
This is the other part of my
frustration.
argument.
I understand your frustration. I really, really do. And I don't mean to point at you in this way, but I am underlining that the geopolitics of this world is not really understood by us as Nigerians. It's not. We just use it to talk. We don't understand it. We don't. And every time I'm on this platform, I see that we don't understand how.
Good. And we'll talk about it, and we don't understand. We'll talk about it often, and we don't understand it.
No, I'm talking about the Nigerian issue. The Nigerian issue in itself, we don't understand it. Nigeria is too complicated for us as Nigerians. It's too complicated. But the thing is, Nigeria is not that. It's not that complicated. It's only that we love arguing about nonsense. It's not that complicated, Nigeria. It's not.
Let me
Even though
ask
that
you.
are complicated,
Let me ask you.
brother, help, brother,
should we do
brother.
any?
Let me
do anything about it and just leave it like that because it's complicated? Should we?
No, I don't believe so. As I said, I've known about Nigeria's situation properly for the last 40 years, and nothing has changed. In fact, things have gotten worse year by year.
Because diasporans have done nothing.
No, it's not because of the diasporans. It's because of Nigerians. It's because of Nigerians. As I said, no one on this platform has to look far. If they're going to tell themselves the truth, you only have to look inside your own family and you'll see where all the problems of Nigeria is. You'll see where it is. We like the European. We love the European, but the European is our enemy. If I tell my people that, they'll push me down. The European is our enemy. The Oyumbo is our enemy. He's been our enemy for 400 years. But where are we? We are either in America or we're in Europe. We in the 60s, if we all went to Russia, China, and we would have learned a lot more about who we are in actual fact. But none of us were going there. I remember an auntie of mine said, Chinese, they are very violent. Hey, Chinese will be a shock on their face. Hey, the Chinese people, that's how we behave. That's how we react to everything. You mean the Russian? You mean Putin? Hey, you can't. That's how we behave, like fucking idiots. Then we're going to go and meet, what's his name? The president of Trump. We're going to meet Trump. Is he intelligent? Fuck idiot. Yeah, I put out a post to you. I don't know if you saw it about Kemi Badenoch. If you hear the harsh horror that is coming out of her mouth, that's a Nigerian right there. A stupid bitch. She said that Ghana should have never brought that petition to UN, and really and truly, she said that the British should have said they should have joined America, Argentina.
She
No,
denied it
but
very recently.
what I'm trying to tell you, my brother, waity. What I'm trying to tell you is that that is a typical Nigerian from our parents and our grandparents' age. That's a typical Nigerian right there. Me, I can't agree with her for a second. But there are too many Nigerians who will agree with her and agree with their passport. They see what they read, they understand. This is the problem. The problem is that we don't know who our enemy is. We don't like to know who our enemy is. We just like talking rubbish. That's it. I don't know what confuses you. What's confusing? Am I correct or am I incorrect?
Look, this is bad and something has to
No,
be done.
but we have confusion. You took it upon yourself. Me, I came here when I was 3-4 years old. Yeah. So you can hear it in my accent. I've been here most of my life. You understand? I've traveled the world, but England, UK is where I've been. Is where I've grown up. Is where I have my friends. Is where I've built family. You understand? Because I was brought here. But you, it was your choice to come here. Why didn't you go to Russia? To say that I don't want to follow where my enemy came from. Why didn't you go to China to say that let me look at a different part of the world, a world that is emerging, and let me see what they have done. We're coming to the old world.
Hold on. If I didn't come here, it would have been maybe Canada or US.
We're going to the place where it enslaved us.
I see myself not learning new language again. That's just for me. That's why I came here.
Okay. I'm saying that the thing is, the way Nigerians operate, you can tell that we're not thinking, or we're not thinking in the correct way. All we're thinking about is ourselves as individuals and money.
Good, yes, which has brought us nowhere. Jagun, are we going to remain like that? Yes or no? That's what I'm saying.
There's a whole bunch of people that are looking to come to Europe. They don't look or go anywhere, but their number one choice is UK and America. That's their number one choice.
Probably they don't know better, but we that diasporans now are here.
We're not
what do we do?
We're not choosing to see how big this world is and how to navigate with our minds. We are not. And that's where the issue is.
So
the issue is that
leave it like that. No, hold on. So we should leave it like that.
My brother, Femio, make you take over. This is what I wanted to say.
I know it's terrible. Look, but look, see, something needs to be done. You understand? My idea might not be the best, but as a collective, it's my worry. Like I said, look, old age, all of us go out, except for those who no one go. All of us will go out.
Frustration. I said it. There's nothing that you say about home that I disagree with. But what I do disagree with is that there is learning in the rest of the world. And when we don't discuss these things, we don't have it in our mind what it is to do with our own nation.
My brother,
I'm telling you that for real.
I don't think Nigeria's issue is that complicated that it's rocket
Iran,
science.
Iran. Listen, let me try and educate you a little bit.
Do something about it.
Let me try and educate you a little bit. Iran has been going through a revolution since 1972. No, it's the fact. They have been revolting. What have they been revolting against? They've been revolting against America and Britain.
They've started since, like I go to you. Okay, let's start. Okay, they've started, but let's start. And they've started since.
You're still not understanding. You're just saying let's start. Let's start isn't a problem. I'm ready to start. This is my pronunciation. And I believe I'm correct. I've heard other kind of solutions, and to me, they're all rubbish. Rubbish. The only solution is for the people to take back their power. And the way they take back their power is with a revolution that says 2027 is not a year of any level of uh, um, um, voting. Nobody should go to the ballot to vote. Nobody. What for? What are you going there for? So that you could have another 4 years of an idiot leading you astray. Is that what you're going to the ballot for? Haven't you had this for the last 40 odd years? It's pathetic. We are pathetic. We're not a nation. We're not a people that think alike. We're not even a people that love each other. We will put hate in front of love any day. Any day. When you look on this platform itself, you'll just hear the kind of rhetoric that comes out of people's mouths. You see that this is not a nation. This is not people of a nation. These are people that hate each other, as far as I can see. These are people that want to cause trouble for themselves, as far as I can see. These aren't people that want to come together and do anything powerful. You know, nations like Jamaica, and I'm talking about the people and the politicians, nations like Jamaica and Jamaicans, I've studied them, bro. And these are people, they are in their spirit, are revolutionary people. In their very deep spirit, they have done things in this world as individuals and as a collective. They've done it. You can see it. If you come across a Jamaican, you know that this guy is not going to be an easy player. He's not going to be a pushover. My brother, I can tell you about Nigerians. I don't know if I'm older than you people, but I've been on this planet a while, and I've understood how it works. And it does not work the way Nigerians suppose it works. It doesn't work the way Nigerians think. It does not. And keep saying it. Nigerians are stupid. Belittle myself. I'm saying that we have to take a good hard look at ourselves in the mirror. We have to. But do we? We don't. The majority of us don't. There's Kemi Badenoch there who has said, I don't want to be a Nigerian. Me, I don't want to be Nigerian. That's what she said. I'm English. That's what the woman has said. Now, I don't agree with her for 1 second. However, that is what Nigerians mainly want to do. They want to separate themselves from their birthright. This is the actuality. And I don't know why you, in particular, as old as you are, don't understand that. Everybody wants to run away from Nigeria. You think it's only you? Everybody wants to. If you can give anyone a ticket to get out of that country, the place will be empty.
Yeah, but sometimes
this is the fact.
You're
arguing with yourself.
Sometimes it takes the few, very minute, maybe 1% of the 1%, to open the eyes of the
Brother,
majority. So it may not be everybody wants to run. Doesn't mean everybody really wants to run. You get my point, you know. So Oga Femi, I don't know if you are probably if you just maybe you have a contribution to say, because Fofara said
no. Let me just say,
you may want to close. So probably if you have something to say, Oga Femi, to say before Fofara comes back.
Thank you. I've already put in. Nigeria is full of people with back, zero backbone. Soulfulness is not with us. Aggression is only to be aggressing ourselves. We don't know how to aggress our real enemy. There are countries in this world, like Iran, that have always stood up. Always. From Mossadegh, they took it down. From Mossadegh, they gave them the Shah for God knows how many years. They took the Shah down. They gave them Khomeini, the first one. He was in front. They struggled with it, but they remembered that they are Persians from 3,500 years ago. Most of us in that place called Nigeria, we're older than them all. Our history goes back far beyond theirs. Who are we? Tell us who we are. But we have to be serious. We can't just be here joking. We can't. I don't like joking. I like comedy. But I don't like jokers to do what with. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
We have to. Oh, we heard it.
Hey, now you want to listen. Why I say make me talk since before football has come back? You know, glad and talk. You're not even correct and talk.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I didn't even realize you had this going on until a couple of minutes ago. But in any case, that I align with what I've heard so far, and me personally, I have been quietly laughing back at people who come here and try to tell us what to talk about. First of all, and what not to talk about, because in my opinion, I often say it that the concept of the program, which I kind of find understandably correct, is it takes into cognizance the fact that we're not alone in this world. We're interconnected more than ever before, especially for those of us that have had the privilege of going the other climes to hopefully learn and imbibe to and know the truth. Because one thing I quickly realized, especially when I first moved to the US, initially in New York, was it didn't take me long to realize that, in fact, I think there's so much truth in living an experience than being told, because there's a lot of what programming has done that has destroyed us as a populace. And you see it even here in America, where a lot, especially all these young kids that you have now, they're beginning to realize that, wait a minute, all these lies that they've lied to us, because we have a different generation now all over the world. It only depends on where some of those the critical mass of that generation is pandering to. And that's why I'm very, very proud of these Iranians and how far they've come. In fact, Jagun, I think you left with the fact that they've been pushing back as far back as even Alexander the Great, and maybe even prior empires that tried to get at them. And one of the things,
Cyrus the Great.
Cyrus the Great, rather, and one of the things that I found fascinating, and it would have been really amusing if it wasn't a serious matter, is that when I look at the House of Saud, after which Saudi Arabia is named, the Qataris and the Emiratis especially, and how artificial they are, and how much they've tried to the people at the helm, because of course, keep in mind, they don't have democracy. Forefathers, imagine they're trying to force democracy that's even failing. Tell me it's not failing in Europe as much as it's failing here. Despite all the what's it called? The pillars that are supposed to hold them. It only took someone like sometimes, yes, we may not have been alive during Mussolini and Hitler's time, but it took a Trump to let us know that there's some people they will make you realize that even all these democracy, all the institutions that we're talking about, these are human constructs. And sometimes, even if it works for some people, it may not necessarily work for us. And that's why, personally, I feel this democracy, I've come to a level where this Western democracy, at least, we're just wasting our time. It's not working for us. You saw, for example, what's happening with this march towards a one-party rule in Nigeria, as if Nigeria has not necessarily always been a one-party, what's it called, Menini. I would prefer that we put aside, because yes, it's true that we have biases. We put aside our biases and learn. For those that think this is just all about Muslim versus Christian, after all, Netanyahu and his people, Ben Gavir and co, let us know, for example, that if you think that even Israel, for example, for whom the Americans are trying to waste resources and kill themselves, human lives and what have you, he let us know by what he did with that church of, is it Sepulchre or whatever they call that church, the way they claim. Yeah, and look at the number of Christians that they've killed in Lebanon. Because sometimes I think people, it's true that yes, we all have emotions, but people get too emotional to the point that because of the hate that even we black people have within ourselves, We fail to open our eyes and try to learn the truth about what's happening. Because look, forefathers, you know about VOA now. If you know the amount of VOA I listened to when I was young, and thank God I have a questioning mind, because sometimes you hear some things. America is this. Even prior to America, there was the England Empire. They probably acted the same way. But where are they today? One thing people need to understand is that there's always going to be some people that if they really want to fight, and that's what I think Nigerians should learn, Africans should learn, not just Nigerians now, beyond any other thing. Because we can say all the dogo trench that we want to say about how we want Nigeria to be better, but are we even we don't even love ourselves, even within individual what's it called, or individual huts and inter religious clans or inter-ethnic. We don't love ourselves like that. We just come and we make it seem as if the problem is Yoruba, the problem is this. Forefathers, you go to Nigeria, sometimes don't you see what even ordinary people do to themselves within Nigeria? Ordinary people, forget about government. So me, I'm learning a lot, and I'm just glad that people who think that because America might is always right. This has changed. Iran is about to change the world. That change is about to come now. Because some people come and say, I've heard people say on this forum, for example, that if you don't like America, why are you there? Why didn't you go to China? And I just laugh because that shows lack of depth and knowledge. So I just feel that if there's topics to be, there's a lot to be learned by situations like this that hopefully you can apply to our situation. Let me just say, further, whether we have election in 20, in fact, is the election we've been having that we're deceiving ourselves? People, but the Tinubu will be there to 2031. Let's keep deceiving ourselves. We're not ready.
What happened with Iran is something that a lot of people would learn from, because they now realize that even a country that has been under sanction is able to
Femi,
use environment as part of its power.
Femi, Mr. Femi, my argument talking about like discussing the about world politics, yeah. Like I said,
you just interrupted me. You know, I was talking.
I said please now. Hold on now. That's I said please for fathers. I said please for fathers. That you don't you be a moderator. You do get longer time to talk now.
Quiet for long now.
You go please, you go. I don't know. You go rush one. I don't know.
Yeah, I was quiet for long.
So, Mr. Femi, what I said is what I'm saying. Like, look, talking about world politics, yeah. I did not say no, we shouldn't or whatever. My question is like, yeah, talking about it is good, vis-a-vis using what we've learned from what we're talking about and implement acts to salvage what is happening in the country. But if we come here and speak and talk about it and maybe learn one or two things about ourselves or say one or two knowledge that we know, and where we come from is getting worse every time. I think it would be like a disservice to like we just come here and talk and we don't care what happening in our country. That's where I'm coming from. So, in as much as we want to come here and talk what we know or learn from other people on this and that, my goal is look, because I don't know about you, maybe you might say, okay, when you retire from where you are right now in the US and you are maybe like 70 plus or 80 plus, no, my best, okay, I think let me go to Nigeria and just this and that. You might be that person. For me, I am. You understand? And I want to go to a place where I think it's sane enough, where insecurity will be a thing of the past, power will be a thing of the past. You understand? But the direction with which this country is going right now is as if it's not even stagnant, it's running backwards. And if we in diaspora, because for me, I think people in Nigeria psychologically they are damaged because since 1990 now, many of them are old enough to know that no, like this what they are seeing in Nigeria is the only type of way that the country should be run. That's the only thing they know, except maybe they say one or two things. But the everyday life that they live has conditioned their mind to like this is Nigeria B. Nigeria you did now. That's Nigeria B. But with that, from looking at Nigeria with or looking from the other lens, or be able to see, no, this is how it's supposed to be. Like some people will tell you, if you travel abroad, you will not, your prayer prompt will change. You will not know that the things that you are asking God to do for you is what your government is doing for you over here. Why is it that like that? You understand? Because you've left there and you've seen better. Okay, now for those of us who have opportunities to see better now, and we know we have loved ones there, and this is what is attached to us. This is our DNA. This is our own, because I don't believe you will sit down there and your family house, your house that you are living in, things are not working well. You will not be ready to stick your neck out there to make sure that no, you have to stop this thing. So that same energy that you have to take care of your own house, immediate household, you understand? Why not just put that same? This is our country. You understand? To like, it might be something small, but something to identify with that can take everybody together. Like the devoid of, like you said, yes, there's tribalism, there's religious extremism or whatever, but like something to start that would, you know, push this thing out of our mind. Like, my brother, look, enough of all these things. Same suppose a casual say, I go travel abroad. India man will not speak English. Yeah, they would expect a past me will speak the English with they hear, with they understand pass. You understand? Afghanistan will get accent. I will come to this country, I will follow you white man talk, but they prefer to run things with like Indian man when they speak the same accent or with them, or with them than me would speak the same thing with them. Sort of, it's a problem. And me as a human being, they're not born me to follow or to carry last. They born me to like, I'm a man of my own. If I can say man of my own, why can't anything that associates with me as our own also be known as, yes, something that now we be this? Like you're just like football club, or even let's use confraternity for instance. You see each confra, they the whole ground like no, now me confra, my confra strong pass. You understand? So they are fighting for their cause, their confra, fighting rivals to whole ground. You understand? So because they know they are identified with that cause that they belong to, so they can fight their rival to make sure no, they're not protecting themselves, protecting our cause, because they know that they are identified with something that is our. So what about we Nigerians? Why can't we do the same to fight our country? Because this is a country that we identified with us. Why can't we? That's what I'm talking about. So talking about what politics we learn, Iran war, no problem. I don't have a problem with discussing about it. But if it's not, we don't see anything that is being implemented in our country to fortify our country. For me, talking about this is useless. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, Local P, what if?
No.
Hold
on, I have to this thing close out. I have to close out.
Anyhow.
I won't be long. I just want to say one thing.
Anyhow.
That's how some other person will come. Then that person has to talk. Before you know it, this is 3 hours I was supposed to end. Don't worry, you can round up backstage. Don't worry. Let me just do this. So that let me just thank the people that came in the chat that somebody donated to refer to. Yeah, Crimson, Titan, Ikenga, Nato. Thank you for your donation, and thank you for all the people in the chat. Aladdin Kelly, Ubino, Boom Boom Ray is here too. Chriskin, troublemaker. You know, I'm sure you are disappointed with Trump. All our politics is there. Femi Oluyinka, thank you for joining us. You're also on the panel. Fidel, I see you there. Centricas, I see you there too. Thank you all. Femi, Fumio, I see you there. And Ugochukwu Eyinaya, thank you for joining us. And yeah, to everybody else that I didn't name, I apologize. But I have to round up for the day. And for us to go away, let me just celebrate with our Nasarawa people.
Gbogbo àrífẹ̀tù kí máa bọ̀ ògbó zanogbo òwúso já mi lọ ngbẹ̀lágò kọkà alágò túpá lọ àtúnàbí ìnáwó náà náà tún lọ ijó ṣíbíṣíbí gà ìkíá ṣíbíṣíbí àwa ìkọkàkọkà gà ìkíá kọkàkọkà wa ẹ̀lágbó léwọlé ẹ̀lálóye bolo àbátúpá mọ̀lẹ́ ọ̀gọ́ mọ̀dájà ló kí máa hà mọ́ máa lẹ̀ àwa yìí kó bíbí ló wọlé háyà gẹ̀kú ọlọ́dúnmáyà gẹ̀kú olomoteho oye koko numoya sema omola hapa oda oye moya chama oblage geku ipuga je moya gama elago uso otris yoga ai yoga go arifetu kimabo obozano òwúso já mi lọ ngbẹ̀lágò kọkà alágò túpá lọ àtúnàbí ìnáwó náà náà tún lọ ijó ṣíbíṣíbí gà ìkíá ṣíbíṣíbí wa ìkọkà gà ìkíá kọkàkọkà wa ẹ̀lágbó léwọlé ẹ̀lálóye bolo àbátúpá mọ̀lẹ́ ọ̀gọ́ mọ̀dájà ló kí máa hà mọ́ máa lẹ̀ àwa. Obibilo, ole haya geku, olodumaya geku, olomoteho, oye koponu moya sema, omola hapa, oda oye moya jama, oblage geku, ipuga ge moya gama, elago uso, otris. Yoga, ay, yoga. Wo kwa arife tukimabo obozano bo owuso gamilo ngbela kokoka alago tupalo atuna bi inowo na atulo ijo shibiga ikia shibiawa ikoka kokawa elago lewole elaloye bolo ambatupa mole ogo modaja lo kimaha momale awayiko bibilo ole haya geku olodumaya geku olomoteho oye koponu moya sema omola yoga ay yoga inowo kwa arife tukimabo obozano bo owuso gamilo ngbela kokoka alago tupalo atuna bi inowo na atulo ijo shibiga